Good morning, everybody. We are back with a special panelist episode of Design Analysis Cast. Today I'm joined by Squirrel and Martel, both of whom you have also met through when we took Care Malone on his first Helldives. Say hello to everybody.
Good evening, people. Hello. It is I, your friendly neighborhood squirrel.
And I'm Martel.
We'll be joined by our fourth panelist in a little bit. We're gonna hold off on some discussions till he gets here, so we'll be stalling with Arknights for a little bit. And to any other expats in my time zone, happy Independence Day. And hello, Potato Cancer and Dumatias. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so a little background for this stream. Just as this whole Arknights thing got kicked off because Squirrel wanted to know my opinion of Texas. What we're doing today started when Martel showed me a picture of a redesign of Darth Vader. And it was like, this does not work, whereas the classic Darth Vader design does work. We're like, we should bring everyone in for a stream to talk about what makes good character design and what detracts from good character design. I don't think any of our panelists are formally trained artists, but we all care about this stuff quite a bit and are all amateur artists in one way or another. But our lack of paper qualifications will never stop us from trying to find the answer to things.
I've drawn like 3 pictures of Kirby, so I think that makes me an artist, technically speaking.
Oh, dude, Kirby is amazing.
Kuroris, welcome. Our last panelist is here. Cool. We don't have to stall for time anymore.
Yeah, sorry, traffic. What can you do?
If you want a different avatar on the stream, just send me a picture and I'll plug it into Googie.
No, Reno Jackson is perfect.
Right.
Yeah, say hello to our viewing audience, if you would.
Hello, audience.
So this is our usual Helldiving squad. So, should we introduce ourselves by our favorite weapons?
Be my guest.
Baby.
I mean, I'm the machine gunner.
We can't all be sickle.
We can't all be, no. He is the sickle guy.
I am the sickle guy.
What else do you shoot? The autocannon, the spear, the recoilless rifle. You are a man of many tastes.
Quasar cannon.
Mortars. Recoilless is my favorite support weapon. Mortars is my favorite stratagem. I do love the spear, though. Spear is lovely now.
Oh,
I just realized everybody loves the autocannon.
You know how women are obsessed with their astrological sign? Is the male equivalent just our Helldivers stratagems?
It's our support weapon, ideal stratagem, yeah. I'm a 380. That's my star sign.
You are the 380 enjoyer.
And I've never killed anyone by accident with it, not even once.
Ever.
I like turrets. Just all the turrets, all the time.
Fan of the Eagle Napalm airstrike.
You can't go wrong with napalm, as they say.
It's a unique one.
Really, really good against bug breaches.
Extremely.
Kills everything that comes out, and then it just sits there and provides this big, beautiful wall of fire.
And you can barbecue your marshmallows on it. Sorry, your super marshmallows.
If you have the tier 4 upgrade, you can also blow up bug holes with it. Sometimes one-shot chargers.
It's truly a magical thing.
Actually, I think I just upgraded. Finally got the level 4 hanger, so
Hey, congrats. That
Try
is the
that.
best level 4.
Welcome to the big leagues, Mr. Miliardo.
That said, the turret tier 4 upgrade is now actually amazing,
Those are
which
working.
is wonderful. Yeah, so they basically giga buffed turrets. So now they can actually take a full barrage from a rocket devastator and not die, and then kill the devastator. They're that good.
Nice.
They also gave them like 80% reduction to small arms fire. They can actually take a lot of little shots now and friendly fire damage. So they're just so much better now. They actually can take a hit. Whereas before they were just little pieces of glass that could do damage.
Well, and if the spear's good now too, they fixed a lot with the last patch. Then
Oh, the spear is absolutely incredible. Nothing takes down gunship better than it. Unlike the recoilless, you can body shot with it and blow up the gunships.
do you still need a partner to help you aim it?
Oh no. Now the reload for the spear is actually super good. The recoilless, well, the longest one is actually the RPG, the cluster launcher. That thing's awful, unfortunately. Because also it doesn't have a staged reload, so even though you can insert the RPG, until you turn it, it's not actually loaded. Meanwhile, with the recoilless and the spear, you can take out the casing and then continue to reload midway through. Which that might be a bug, but it really ruins the weapon because a single twitch and you have to restart the entire like 6-second animation.
Ah, shoot.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course you have to be stationary for it, so it's a bad
Kara,
time.
Kara, if you're watching this later, I'm sorry I steered you wrong. The spear is good now.
Oh yeah.
When
no,
you
spear
said
is
that, you were not
fantastic.
wrong, though. You were correct at the time you said it.
That was like 2 days ago.
Oh, the
That
spear
was
has
like a
been
week
good
ago.
for the spear's been good for about a week now.
Okay.
And it's also good against bugs. It is the only thing that can one-shot a Bile Titan if you headshot it.
Very nice. All right. So, shall we make good on what we teased last week and talk about fish for a bit, and then use fish to springboard into our general aesthetic discussion?
I think that's a very wonderful plan. I know, yes, chat last time you probably caught the tail end of the last one if you were here for episode number 4. We had Fish Lady here. This week, if I may make a little bit of a preface here, is maybe not this week, this today, is a bit of a break, a palate cleanser, so to speak. Since I may have overloaded Miliardo's brain with anime wolf girls over the last week, he needs a break. He needs detox.
My doctor advised that I take it easy this weekend.
So we're gonna slow down that. We're gonna be back to the next normal one, I should say, what you've come to expect. Perhaps next time, which maybe it'll be this weekend, maybe it won't, but it'll be soon. Don't worry. So today is, of course, the Fish Lady, and then on to some more things. Maybe a little bit more sci-fi, some other things. So maybe that's, I suppose that would be fair to say that's what you guys should expect for today.
I tried to hint at that with a little bit of subtlety in the thumbnail.
Do you think the 5 stormtroopers were subtle? They were very subtle. They were behind the Fish Lady. So
Stormtroopers are always subtle.
I don't think they've ever missed either.
They always hit something.
They are well known for their precision.
So I suppose today is a little bit of a mod. Do you want to do the usual thing?
Yeah, let's
For
not
this particular character.
Let's not shortchange the Fish Lady.
So we'll give her the full treatment. Sorry, Kuroris, you're gonna have no idea what's going on. That's okay.
Is there something I should be watching for this?
Oh, you can watch the stream actually.
Because that way I can at least have some visual reference.
We probably should have mentioned
know what
that.
we're talking about.
Oh yeah, here, let me drop a link to the stream.
Thank you.
I could stream OBS through Discord, but that might get weird with the audio. That might get weird with the audio.
Oh yeah, probably best to not do that.
I don't know that the latency will really be any better.
Yeah, I'll just take a link to the stream so that way I can actually see what you guys are talking about. I know it has something to do with fish.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Oh, what a lovely thumbnail.
Thank you.
Oh, phase 1 armor. That is just peak.
Old.
You getting there soon enough.
Sorry,
Champing at the bit.
jumping the gun slightly. I just can't help it. I just love that design.
I mean, I can't disagree. Phase 1 Clone Trooper is truly peak. But I digress.
Especially when you throw the ARC Trooper paint job on it.
Oh yeah.
All right, officially.
Quick, before we get sidetracked, fish.
So yeah, do you remember the usual process then?
Yes.
I don't know if that's like up there somewhere above.
It's written down
chat
somewhere
window.
above all the names here.
Let's give that a little drag down.
There we go. All right. Okay, so animal type.
It's actually pretty subtle,
Let's see.
unlike stormtroopers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so the hat. If I take the hat as my clue, there's a couple ways you can go with the hat. And someone might have spoiled this in chat last time, and I'm trying not to think about what they said, so I'm gonna talk about like what the hat makes me think about.
If you say Bloodborne, you might be correct, but I think that's more just an incidental influence. I don't think that's as intentional. Well, okay, it is for a different character, but not this one.
All right, so based off the hat, my first guess off the hat would be swordfish, because you have this big point here, and then you have the dorsal fin shape here. It's very swordfish-like. Other way you could take the hat, the dorsal fin suggests this is not the case, but the flaps on the side also make it look like some kind of ray or skate. And then it looks like you have shark's teeth sewn in above the brim.
We're already seeing a couple different influences potentially.
Yep, sharks and rays are in. They share. What is it? Raisin grape sodas. They're like cousins or something. There's some closeness there. Whereas swordfish is like totally different business model. Right. We got gray hair, red eyes. We've got lots of little red trim throughout the outfit. And then her weapon has a big old handle there, a scope. And then, okay, so she's got some kind of spear or giant sword. Hard to tell because most of it is obscured behind her. Ooh, okay. So I don't think she's supposed to be a ray, because not only does she have a dorsal,
tell, isn't it?
Not only does she have a dorsal fin on her hat, she's got the fishtail here in her braid, or her ponytail. Fishtail is actually a type of braid that she does not have, but got the split in her hair here.
I gotta say, that's probably one of the cooler, subtle ways to show that, right? It's like, oh, is her hair just moving in the wind, or is it like actually like that?
I'm not getting a lot of clues from the boots. And then, okay, so her jacket here, she has the, like, mantle up top. That's actually really cool looking. I like the duster cover up there. And then it comes down into these jaggedy spikes. Oh, well, that was not too big.
Giant bang. There we go.
Bang, bang, bang. All right, she's got big old either fins or teeth on the side of her jacket here that make the whole thing look like it's a big old mouth. And she's got her bracelet right there. All right, what other clues do we have? Oh, she's got a cool, I like her cravat neckerchief thing there. I like all the buttons on the jacket as well. Any other clues?
Notice the patented plot significant wristband.
I do wonder what that does. All right. SK, and then like a little like sailboat looking symbol. It's part of her trim here. We got some fish scaling going on the belt here. Said this was the same artist as Granny, so he just picks a random part of their pants to remove.
That's pretty much accurate, yeah. Though I will say in this case, that's actually a bit of a clue,
Really?
but it's a bit abstract.
Um.
You'll see when you
Okay.
see.
Abstract clue.
So looking at the second piece of artwork will just give it away. So that's why we're kind of
Gotcha.
letting him take a whack at it first.
You said that's a clue. Wait, okay. So that her inner thighs being revealed is a clue to what animal she is?
Yes, I wouldn't say it's plot significant, but it's design significant, shall we say?
All right. So let's see. Basically, she's either a swordfish or a shark. The jagged teeth on her jacket is making me lean towards shark, as well as the shark teeth on her hat, and the fact that she's got red eyes and like a gray ponytail, whereas swordfish are more like a blue silvery kind of color. There is blue and silver there though. She does have a sword. However, these are clearly jagged teeth. Wait, is it because some sharks give live birth? Is that why her thighs are exposed?
No, but good guess.
Or are they supposed to resemble the yeah, I'm not gonna say that on YouTube. But I've seen sharks naked before.
Uh-oh. How lewd. Well, you've got a good guess, I guess.
I think I'm
do you
gonna
want to see
go
the
with
next one?
I'm gonna go with shark, but like
You go with shark?
I
Okay.
won't be surprised if she's actually a swordfish.
Well, go ahead and bring up piece of art number 2. Hello, Abby. Oh,
There we go. Oh, neither.
Oh, it's an orca.
Killer whale.
it is an orca. Like I said, the cutouts are actually significant.
Oh,
funny when
they're
you said
supposed
that,
to
my
be.
first
let me
thought
give
was
you
actually
let me give you a bit of a comparison. Just checking the file dump channel right there. This artist is being very cheeky.
Oh, okay. Man, I was totally off then.
Hard to tell. I guess the eyes I kind of see on the hat almost look like orca eyes, but they're not. There's like a lot of them, so it kind of throws it off, right?
Yeah, I thought those were like teeth or something.
But she's got like the dorsal fin, like her hat has a point in the middle.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm like, that's not really a shark dorsal fin, but it looks sort of like a swordfish.
She does have a whale tail, yeah, on her hair.
Looks like a fluke.
Yeah, the hat doesn't scream orca the same way like Louis Sakamoto's hood does. Let me find a picture there for comparison. Yeah, and I guess her whole outfit is like a black color. So
And
that
yes, the coat has like a white inside. or kind of a lighter color inside,
Yeah.
because orcas are black on top and white on bottom.
Hmm. Man, that point on the hat really threw me off.
I'd say this is, as far as the animal inspired characters, this is again one of the more subtle ones. You can tell it's something aquatic, but like exactly what, you don't know until you see the second piece. But I guess, what do you think of the sword?
Well, notice they even have a little stingray in the second piece.
That's her hat.
Oh. Okay, her hat does look like a stingray. I'm calling this bad character design. The hat doesn't look like an orca whale. I'm not salty. Oh yeah, let's look at we got her weapon here now. Also, I like this. This really looks orca-y here. The shape of the cutout change, but
She's got a very slightly different set of leggings on here.
she's still got the cravat though, which I like. All right, so we have a massive cross guard that it's a sword, not a gun. So those are not. I mistook those for scopes. Is that some kind of jet assist underwater on
It
the
does
sides
look a
here?
bit like it, but there's no evidence that it is.
Because that would also explain why she has such a large hub here at the crossguard, if that contains pressurized gas, so she can basically do like a jet assisted charging attack underwater.
It's like, what's the guy from Metal Gear Rising? Jetstream Sam, and he's got like the rocket katana draw thing with the trigger. That didn't come to me in a dream. Is that real?
Not a rocket, but it is like a shotgun shell. So
Oh, that's what it is.
ejects
Yeah.
1.5
Okay.
feet.
Yeah. When he pulls the trigger on his katana, it like shoots, so he can draw it really fast.
Hmm.
I don't think that's what's going on here, but that just made me think of it.
That's sort of what this looks like. It wouldn't make sense for them to be any kind of aiming device. And they don't really look. I guess they could be handles, but they look kind of weird for handles.
I'll tell you this: it is intended to be used underwater, at least normally. So you could perhaps think of this as maybe an artist's interpretation of what an underwater sword might look like.
Hmm. Yeah, that to me makes the most sense of the big tank right here. Unless that's just purely I want a cool giant animu sword.
I mean, those are always cool.
Hmm.
It is quite large, basically as tall as she is.
And I like the sword blade with the teeth running down it.
It looks to me like a little bit of a weird flamberge, if you know what that is.
Hmm. It just it adds to the it looks aquatic, or it resembles a oh, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like scales or something, or
Well, yeah, the spikes look like teeth, but then the whole thing looks like almost like a fish spine.
oh
Like
yeah,
that.
they do have like those funny like teeth looking skeletons, don't they? Or some fish do.
Yeah. Which actually leads me into the perfect segue to one of the here. I want to make a text box for our general rules as we discuss them to record for the chat. Actually, perfectly segues. Let me create a text box here.
It's a very large text box.
It is. It has to contain very large text. All right. Where'd it go? There we go.
Oh, it's way up at the top left.
Yeah, I should
There it is.
probably change the color too.
Graphic design is our passion, chat. You must understand.
I'm good at OBS. Oh wait, here we go. I can create a background color for the box. I think. That work? Not really. But it still looks really tiny. I feel like there's a way to get a box to fill in behind it, but that's all right. We won't have as many pictures up later. All right, but yes. First design rule from me is to be evocative or suggestive, but not imitative of real life things. So her sword is not literally covered in whale teeth, and it's not literally a fish spine, but it has design elements that are suggestive of both. And the reason this works is that if you straight up imitate something, then like the idea, you've already basically done all of the work for your audience and just spelled it out for them. Like, look, her sword is fish bones, is fish teeth, whale teeth. Whereas when you're evocative of something, you've now unlocked all of the imaginative potential in every member of your audience that ever looks at your work. Because they may see something in it that you never intended, that they think is really cool. And it also allows you to intentionally hit multiple design elements or multiple real world historical references that if you're imitative, you're basically confined to like, I can imitate, shoot, I should just bring up Darth Vader now. But like you can, right, Darth Vader's helmet is like, well, I can imitate a samurai helmet or I can imitate a Stahl helm, but I can't do both if you're trying to, just purely be like, he's literally wearing a Stahl helm or he's literally wearing a samurai helmet. But they didn't do that. Instead, they were like, here's a design that you can look at that kind of looks like both, but is its own thing. So now any member of the audience can look at it and be like, oh, I think it looks cool that it looks like a samurai helmet, or I think it works thematically that it looks like a Stahl helm, or I like that it looks like both, or I like that it looks like this third thing that Ralph McCoy wasn't even thinking about.
It's kind of like how you thought those things on her hat were like shark teeth.
Exactly.
I mean, they could be. Orcas are well-known hunters of sharks.
Yeah, like how her hat looks like a swordfish or a ray.
So there you go. Perfect example. There could be many interpretations of that. Or people would, I guess, maybe think of a lot of different things.
Yep. In this case, it also threw me off as to what she was, but in hindsight, I can now see like, okay, that's a whale tail split, not a shark split is more pointed. And another something else that might have given it away as not being a shark is that there was nothing suggesting shark skills, which are a pretty distinct part of shark design. That's like a real easy thing to incorporate into a shark-based outfit. Is like shark gills or like the shark tooth pattern from old warplanes. All right, so back to the list though. All right, so orca whale. I do not know what country the fish people are from. So
That's a long story, but they have their own place.
All right, did Atlantis exist in Arknight's land?
They come from Atlantis, yes.
Okay. From Atlantis, and then personality-wise, we'll begin so we can see both faces here. All right.
What vibes are you getting from this lady?
She needs a nap.
I could see that.
She can't because she'll drown if she falls asleep. So she's only allowed to sleep with half of her brain at a time.
Well, I could see that. She like she's awake with half her brain at the given time, but you know.
Yeah, face on the left. Mostly just get the vibe that she's very tired.
She does do a lot of running around. I could see it.
Face on the right looks a little more kind of like Ojo-sama like.
Was that again like older sister?
No, like the
no,
school princess, like not necessarily tsundere, but more like, oh, you're approaching me.
So you're getting like really cold vibes, kind of.
Yeah,
that would be pretty on point. You're definitely onto something there. You just got rich girl vibes, perhaps.
Yeah, like oh ho 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 ho, you think you can talk to me? You don't even have a vertebrae.
Some people are quite literally spineless. Well, fish, I guess. And as far as I know, they all have like spines. They've got mostly human physiology.
Yeah, there's a couple deep sea fish. I don't know if they're truly spineless, but they're very they're designed for the super high pressures, so weird stuff happens when you depressurize them. Yeah. But yeah, if you had like a sea cucumber, yeah, she's looking at you like you are a sea cucumber trying to talk to her. And then
I got that part down right, yeah.
Gameplay wise, let's go.
I guess don't forget, chat. If you want to come up with some good convincing fake code names, start thinking of them. Don't post them yet, but we'll get to that part soon.
Oh, I'm also getting not just from her face, but like the fact that she's got like the traditional like duster design influencing her jacket also is giving me like works alone, like more detective vibes.
That's a good pickup. She's a bit of a loner. That's not wrong.
So between that and the giant sword gameplay, I'm thinking like you can kind of stick her off on her own and just let her deal like AoE melee damage with her massive sword.
Well, the damage is certainly massive.
Is there a cleave mechanic in the game where like she can either deal a bunch of like the full sword damage to one big enemy, or she'll just swing it and she'll just keep killing things until she like maxes out the normal damage value for her sword?
That's a pretty interesting guess. If you're thinking for, I'll tell you this. I like the thinking. That's a little bit more of what Blaze does with a chainsaw.
Hmm.
The whole multi-targeting thing. This is a little more, shall we say, single target damage,
Gotcha.
but a lot of it.
One thing, make it disappear.
Yeah, she's kind of one thing at a time. But yeah, quite a large stat stick, to put it another way.
Enough to bounce a dolphin.
I don't get the reference.
But orcas sometimes punt dolphins out of the water for fun.
Oh yeah, I know she could punt a dolphin for sure. Or just actually punt really just about anything.
Actually, does she ever use the pommel to attack? Because it almost looks like a harpoon.
None of the animations show anything quite like that, no. But I suppose you could hit somebody with it, or if you were feeling really fancy, you could unscrew the pommel and end someone rightly. But only some people know that deepest lore.
Okay. I mean, shoot, if you didn't have to spend time unscrewing it, that would be useful. If she gets into the bind at close measure with that, and she's like locked, blades locked with her opponent, and then she can just pull the pommel out and use it as a dirk to stab somebody.
Yes, ending someone rightly. So it's a very long story, but it showed up in a arms manual from like the 15th century, and it describes a technique for unscrewing your pommel and throwing it at an opponent. And no one's quite sure if that was like one of history's earlier shitposts or not.
It sounds like someone had a bet to write that and see how many people would actually believe it.
Well, it was tested and found to be not particularly effective, but I don't know, if you have super strength, if you have super speed, maybe you can do it. I don't know, maybe you can throw this thing so hard it goes right in their eye or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be... Yeah, because if they're in full armor, like, throwing the pommel at them's not going to do much if you're doing it at normal human strength. Plus now your grip is going to potentially slide off of your tang. You're going to have a very, very bad sword to fight with.
I mean, it's already a little bit silly, let's be honest, but, you know. That's only if we're thinking in, like, super practical terms. This is, of course, anime land. Things are allowed to be a little bit silly.
Well, I mean, if the stabby end is not what's holding the grip onto the tang, then it's just a detachable throwing weapon.
Multi-purpose tooling.
Still trying to figure out what else these doodads on the side could be. I like my original idea, but
I like that one as well.
If she can actually detach that?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm imagining like her doing a chainsaw grip on the weapon with like one hand here and one hand there, but that's about all else I can offer.
That's about the only thing that makes sense, yeah. You can kind of like bring one hand up onto the grip.
Yeah.
I know there's techniques for that, but I couldn't tell you what they are.
All right, well, let me open up the little name guess text box here. You can have chat try and stump me once again.
The age-old game. We've had some good ones. So I'm interested to see what the people come up with. We've got a few prepared of our own as well. So go ahead and start posting, chat. If you got some ideas for fake code names, go ahead and toss them in there. Remember, don't give me meme names. Try to actually trick.
Now Martel will be able to gloat live if he fools me again.
I
think he
absolutely
missed-
will if it works.
He missed his last one or two, didn't he?
Yeah, Vladimir and Minato-kun got me last time.
In fairness, with the Provence one, that was a reference to her actual job, which I thought you would go into.
We didn't get there. We got sidetracked. Sorry, the fluff is just too mind hypnotizing. Major case of stream brain rot.
We were
Pissed.
both very tired.
We've had better streams. Don't worry, chat. Next one will be even more cool.
She was also the last character, so I was like my 2 a.m. brain.
This is true. we may revisit that maybe in the next one just a wee bit. But, we'll decide that when we get there. Let's see. Keep coming with the suggestions, chat. Let's come up with a few more here. Let's see if I can...
Speaking of suggestions, thanks to our awesome audience, I'm hitting the point where YouTube's going to allow me to open up channel memberships. So, if anyone has suggestions on things they'd like to see in terms of emoticons, or like ideas for future streams or members only streams, go ahead and drop them in the comments, because it'll be easier to go back and reference that later than scrolling back to the chat. But that'll be coming up. I'll probably try and draw my own emoticons and do a drawing stream on that now that I figured out how to mirror my tablet's drawing program to the stream.
Well, we've got 8 suggestions. Would you like to take a crack at it?
Pretty good ones, too.
Right.
Let's see if I can get this proper.
Send it.
All right. I lied. It's actually 9. Okay. There you go. We may have to smallify the artwork slightly so everything fits.
Oh yeah.
Actually, you know what we should do? We should get a bigger screen.
Flip-flop to which one's my one of my 2. There we go. That can be damn guessers up here. There we go. Right, hit me with your 9 names.
They are in the file dump channel.
Does your keyboard have a shift key? Riptide,
And mine does.
Pure Stream, Nemesis, Scotty, Moontide, Vortex, Cutter, and Amaya. Pure
I think you're
Stream.
starting to get wise to some of our games, chat.
Pure Stream is such a dumb name, but it also sounds like an Arknight's name.
He's also getting wise to Arknights.
Like I said, he's getting wise to some of our games here. So we can't trick him forever. You're gonna have to start getting cleverer.
Cutter.
I almost put Giovanna in there just.
That's it.
I really
Everyone's
thought about
name is Giovanna now. You're just gonna start finding new ways to spell Giovanna that doesn't look like Giovanna. Like, it's gonna become like the Sam Hyde thing.
It's gonna be like, how many more Italians can I put in this? It's like one of them has to be a Giovanna eventually, right?
Surely
But-
this time she will not pull the football away.
Like your Charlie Brown running up to kick. I got the name.
Got it right this time. All right, I'm gonna eliminate Vortex. Wait a minute. She's got SK written on her jacket.
So is this a Project Red situation or not? Because I told you some are and some aren't, so you can't really use
Province
precedent.
had her thing written on her jacket too.
Oh, she had Mofu written on her jacket. Well, I guess that was maybe her swimsuit.
She had Province written on her knife sheath.
Oh, right, she did. That's one detail they've never been able to decide if they want to have everybody do or not, right? It's like
Riptide. All right, I got 2 tied names, so that potentially suggests one of them is the correct one and one of them is riffing on it. Scotty, Nemesis, Pure Stream.
the hamsters in Melioda's brain are turning the wheel as fast as they can. Truly, they are mighty beasts of burden.
I don't know, they don't have to carry a lot.
You do feed them at least, right?
You know, every now and then. I think they
Couple
cannibalized
thoughts.
some of the other hamsters that used to be in there. All right, we're gonna try going with what's written on the tin. I think we are looking at Scotty.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Well, we can't fool them every time, can we? This is, in fact, yes, Scotty, the bounty hunter.
All right.
So you win.
Find some champagne to pop.
Congratulations! Pop the champagne bottles. Yeah.
What
That
would
was
you have
actually
guessed if it
very
hadn't
well
been for the
reasoned.
SK?
I'll say what?
I was just wondering what he would have guessed if it hadn't been for the SK.
I probably would have narrowed it down to Scotty would have still been in my top 3, just because it sounds. I'm like, I can't remember what mythological creature that is, but I know it's a mythological name.
Norse goddess of the hunt.
It's a Jotun.
So I probably would have narrowed it down to like Scotty, Pure Stream, just because it's weird. Probably would have been Scotty, Pure Stream, and Riptide.
I really liked Riptide. That was one I came up with. But yeah, Pure Stream is another character. So they're doing that.
It is an Arknight's name.
It is. So if there's just 2 random words that sound stupid put together, it's probably an Arknight's character. We have a character called freaking Beanstalk. So just for
Beanstalk is awesome.
We like Beanstalk. We will not be looking at her in this series, unfortunately, Chad. But so that's
Because
why I
like
said that. But
in like the Chinese, is that character's name like Pure Stream, the English word, or is it like the
That's a
kanji
good
for
question.
pure and stream? Like, is it one of those things where it sounds good in Chinese, and then for English they're like, we'll just literally take the meaning of the kanji and
that's a good question. I'm gonna try and look it up. Let's see if anybody else can tell. Yeah, it does vary per character. Some do have like Chinese names instead, but most of the time they have the same name across all the servers and languages. Most of the time.
All
You just got to know the situations where it isn't.
I'm getting wise to your games, chat.
He's getting smarter. We're gonna have to come up with some more ways to trick him. Like once we get to the next part, I'll say this for the next one. There's gonna be like 20 submissions. It's gonna be a little bit more in the name department, not just like 5 or 6. I think we'll get you.
It's all going to be actual Arknight's character names. I have to pick out the one from amongst them.
What sounds the least dumb? Yeah, no. we try not to do that every time. We try not to just give them like, oh, here's their real name, which we have done sometimes, like Lapland, right? Where it sounds so dumb, but it actually is.
Why is she named Lapland when she's from Italy?
Again, I think they decided on her thing maybe a little bit before they decided she was Italian. I don't know, but yeah, we are trying to torture him. You are correct.
Speaking of geography, though, one correction from last time was I said the lynx was a North American animal. I wasn't wrong. It's just not only a North American animal. It's a North Earth animal.
Oh, so they are Eurasian as well. Okay.
Yeah, there's like four species of lynx based off of region.
Fun little detail is you actually can't see Kelsey's tail because it's a little stubby thing. She's a taillet.
So thank you to Zomfagrofalomeo 1337 for the
That's quite
link's
the name.
knowledge.
That's our next Arknight's
operator.
Zwaffle Gloffle 1337, whatever it was.
Oh, and he's got, I like the Gits profile pic.
Yeah, we will someday see the actual Arknight. John Arknight. He's the Grandmaster of the Order.
Are you sure it's not Noah Arknight?
Ooh.
Oh, that's right. Wait, did we talk about this on stream or before stream where I made this guess?
I don't remember.
Because they're all animal girls or animal guys. Arknights. Is this like was Noah Arknight commanded to take 2 of every kimono Mimi into the Ark to survive some cataclysm so that they could then emerge from the Ark and kill all
There's
the people?
Well, okay. There is deepest lore. But that stuff is something you will not find out and we don't even know for sure. They're being coy with us, and some of the stuff hasn't come out of Chinese yet, so it's not in English, so don't rely on machine translations. We don't know a lot of things, but there's some rumblings going on. I think that, I don't know. Like I say, it's an interesting guess. I like your theory. I actually have another thought. Yeah, I can see the Ark thing. For reference, the game's name in Chinese translates as tomorrow's Ark.
Wait,
pretty similar,
so
right?
is it not like Arknite? It's Arknite?
I think it can be. It's like both. I think they're making a play on words with the English title. Although to be fair, that is also the title they use in Japan. So it's like outside of China, they use Arknights plural.
Tomorrow's Ark, still ARK.
Yeah. So it still references like a boat or something, right? The funny part is about the whole situation. Maybe it's Ark tomorrow. It depends on how you translate it. The funny part about the whole name is that the main base is actually a land ship. So you're not wrong with the boat analogy.
Hmm.
They actually call it the ship. So and other names, but yeah. The guess that I always went with, well, I'll go to that theory maybe a little bit later once you know a few more things. But yeah, there are some biblical references. There's some other stuff. It's hard to tell sometimes. But yes, like I said, there's some deepest lore. Not something you want to get into today, but yes.
Vladimir K, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Also, we were true to our word. We hit an hour of streaming, and we have made it through Orca.
One character. Look at that, chat. We are on pace. Average speed.
Are you ready for me to derail everything with stormtroopers?
I mean, we will derail everything with stormtroopers. But yeah, so I guess that's the Arknight segment for today. We could go on, but we don't want to bore our 2 other panelists too much, or at least one of them. he has no idea what's happening. He's just
I'm
eating his
enjoying
soup. But
I love orcas, so this one
Yeah.
random one I joined in on was perfect for me.
they are pretty cool animals. So the plan, of course, those of you in the viewing audience and VOD audience in the future, you can always check out some of the previous streams where we go over some characters. You can see actually the list of some of them over here on the left. And you can kind of see the thought process we went through. We've evolved it a little bit since the first stream. The first stream was a little bit more hectic and random, and I was making him guess everything, and so we decided that wasn't so good. And now if he guesses it, we're just like, okay, you're right. Congratulations. It's an evolving process, but people seem to like it. And we've got more planned in the future, so stay tuned. Oh, we didn't look at the Chibi. What are we doing? Good point, Nautical.
yeah.
Good point. Yeah, go to the Chibi folder. Bring forth the small version. You can get a little bit more character out of these.
V4.
I love the Chibis. They're so funny looking.
Chibis.
They're
Is this
quite
be
good.
Chibi 14?
I think it's 14. Hang on, I didn't bring up my folder.
No,
What am I doing?
that hair color's wrong. Sorry, 10 and 11.
Yeah, it's 10 and 11.
Oh, wait, where'd they go?
Remember to put them on loop.
I wonder if I can set it to default to that. Oh, I like her using it as she stabbed it into the ground and she's using it as like her rest.
She's just chilling. This is what she looks like when she's just hanging out in the battlefield. She's not interested in anything you're doing or want her to do. Again, we call that one a bit of an indicator of personality, perhaps.
Oh man, can I just make a list of like her and Malinar, like just everybody just chilling on the battlefield, and then occasionally they just deal a ton of damage.
There's a lot of characters like that, actually. Now you mention it.
It's an entire class.
I'll probably throw in a few more on the next one. So it does bring up a nice, interesting bit. Is she has her swimsuit for, of course, swimsuits. The sword is replaced with a giant whale plushie, and she just wallops people with it. It's quite funny. I just didn't include that one. So maybe we'll take a look at that next time.
That sounds fun.
But yeah, she doesn't usually have a whole lot of technique. It's been noted by other characters. She kind of just hits stuff because, if you're Unga Bunga strength build, right?
Yeah.
You don't really need technique if everything dies in one hit. So
I'm trying to
she's
analyze.
also only 6'5". She's not very tall. She's kind of short, actually.
You mean 5'5"?
Shoot, darn it! I did it again. I can't read, guys. She's 5'5".
Sorry, guys. The standards are even higher now. 6'5",
I know.
not very tall.
She is a petite 6'5".
Remember, she has super strength, so this would normally not be possible for such a small lady to swing such a big sword so hard. But she has anime meme strength, and actually, it's biologically engineered super strength. So we'll give you that little.
Yeah, if you just increase the muscle density, then chimpanzees aren't even 5'6", and they're plenty nasty.
She's got freak strength. But she's also, and you might find this fun, friends with Granny. That's probably not a big surprise.
So they did almost fight to the death because she sucks at communication.
It's a long story. But yes. Like I said, she doesn't have many friends, but Granny is friends with everyone, so it's
works out.
Even with such a cold, dark heart. Yeah, together they have one pair of pants. If you put them together.
I'll ask two brain cells fighting for their only pair of pants.
I think Granny has at least 1.5 brain cells. Scotty here maybe just has one.
I like how much energy is in the Chibi animation here with the swing. We get to see both sides of the Chibi in this attack.
This is just like Dark Souls using a greatsword.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait. Can I slow this down? I want to see if she's actually doing a proper Wrath Strike.
You probably can. I think there's a slider for speed. I think if you go into the options.
All right, we're gonna analyze her sword form here.
Here's a hint. It's pretty bad.
Okay, she comes up, Comes up to the shoulder. Okay. Hang on.
It's a golf swing.
Where's my cursor? Alright, so she comes back. Alright, so if she were actually doing Wrath, she would continue upwards with her left hand so that the sword tip's actually pointed at the deck, because Wrath is actually a resting stance where you're basically like, you relax a little because you got the sword pointed at the deck. It's kind of just resting in your hands over your shoulder. So it's both a comfortable position to rest in for a little bit, but it also tells your opponent don't get close, because if you close within measure, look how much energy I have built up in this weapon that I'm ready to bring down right on your head. So it's a good way to create some space for a little bit, but she's coming up like almost into like, it's not quite Vomtog, but like, it's not terrible. I'm trying to figure out what it is. She's like getting low. She gets low, goes into sort of a Vomtog stance, which is a real stance, and then there's a real guard. Then she comes in, basically going from like the low right quadrant to the high left, but then she just brings her blade all the way behind her on the follow through, so she's like completely vulnerable after the attack.
I'll bet this is beyond my expertise.
What does it say that I recognize those because I played Kingdom Come?
Kingdom Come is a well-researched game.
That's probably true.
Let's go with that.
I never used the two-handed swords in that game. I just was like, here's a sword.
On the other hand, having used a Montante once,
She never blinks.
she may be at the mercy of physics after a certain point into the swing.
That's a reasonable. Remember, she's used to fighting underwater. There's more resistance. So I think that you could infer, perhaps, that some of these techniques may be a little bit overpowered without water resistance.
It's like the fishman jutsu.
You might find this particular GIF entertaining. Or perhaps chat will.
In the Discord? Oh.
Yeah. This is a good one. I don't even know when I downloaded. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. It's just been lurking in my GIF folder for years.
Let's see. Gotta drag it into... Alright, we're gonna pollute the Chibi folder with this.
I believe the word is enhance, but sure. So anybody here play Dark Souls? I don't know how the song goes, but quick, play Sif's song.
I like that they made it look like they drew this in MS Paint. Like
La
that,
PP.
that pixelated shading right there is perfect. That. Oh, wait, you can't see it.
So I'm guessing Scotty here already met Knight Artorias in the past.
Well, maybe I should just try and recreate this swing next time I'm at the club, and we'll film it and see if it actually works.
Not to hurt yourself.
I'm not worried about hurting myself.
Call an ambulance, right? But not for me.
Vomtog. Out to the side, low, high. Then high. Really, if you wanted to, if you could, she could stop. Wait, can I pause this thing? Oh, I can. Oh, okay, this is what I should have been doing. Okay. Alright, so there she's like in a crouch. And we'll assume that some of the dramatic turning effect is because she's a chibi and not 3D. So we'll assume she's not actually totally exposing her back to the enemy. But she gets into a low crouch, goes into Vomtog. Now she's coming around almost transitioning from FanTag into what's that one called? Tail, I think. So now she's aiming at their left leg, basically. And then she transitions from attacking her left leg. She goes up. Need to slow it down even more for the slider to work.
You can even tell when the chibi is kind of like almost starting to flip.
Yeah. All right.
So there's a little trick,
Comes
chat. If you
around.
pause the game exactly when someone's changing directions, they like turn really thin as they flip. It's just like really, really fast. It's hard to see it.
Okay, so then at this point here, she's completed the stroke. And now she's basically entering a one of the high guards right there. That one is, I think that one's still called Unicorn and Longsword.
If you understand anything he's saying, chat, let me know because I don't.
Anyway, she's like entering a proper high guard at this point. And then it's after she goes past that, now she's vulnerable to the enemy. So it's not as bad as it looked at first glance.
Well, she has thousands of HP, so I think she's going to be okay.
Who needs form when you have hit points?
There's a fun thing you can do. It is possible to get her over 10,000 hit points with just some buffs and activating the skill. It's a little bit silly. Those who know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it doesn't matter. She can take a hit. Let's put it that way.
Almost want to steal this chibi for my stream starting screen. Just
feel free. It's free real estate, as they say.
I don't know if it is.
Actually, I use it in mine. It's like no one's ever gotten me in trouble for it. Just stick her in the corner.
It's adorable.
Down there. You know, we could just leave her there for the rest of the stream. She can just hang out.
All right. Let's clean up the screen here a little for. All right, here we go. We can hide the Arknight's name guesses over here for now. Move our design guidelines over there. And here. We'll hide you. All right. Now that we have paid our Arknight's tax. Should we tease the next Arknight real quick?
Do you want to tease chat for next? I suppose we could. We can tease our opener for next time. So there you go, chat. Here's what you're looking forward to.
That looks cool. I'm looking forward to this.
Now that he's now anticipating it.
All right. Well,
that will be our beginning next time. Yeah, just one today. We're going a bit afield.
I'll submit this to the rest of our panelists. Do you guys want to start with Stormtroopers or with Darth Vader?
I'm good with Darth Vader. He's a classic.
Bring forth Sandman.
All right.
I think we all know who this character is, right?
Probably have heard of him.
What kimono Mimi do you think he is?
He's a skull man. This is an interesting Vader.
It is, isn't it?
He looks like a robot.
Martel, would you care to introduce our topic here?
So, this whole thing got started because a while back, Miliardo and I showed Miliardo the Tetsuya Nomura take on a number of characters, starting with Batman, and then he had a whole Star Wars range of things. And quite frankly, I hated every single one of them. Because my design guideline is simplicity. Like, you only want really one or two distinctive things to stick out and then use color gradients for the rest. And where do I even start with this one?
Do we want to see OG Vader as a comparison?
Yes, I'm trying to find a good. It's surprisingly hard to find like good full body shots of some of these characters because, one, you don't see a ton of that in the films, and I'm also trying to find like either action figures or film stills because I don't want to be like taking a bunch of people's art on stream.
So, something that Miliardo and Squirrel have hit on in their Arc Knights analysis is that a lot of those characters have natural starting points and progressions. There's something that draws the eye, and then you follow it across and to the end, and you've seen most of the character by the end. This, I guess, the most noticeable thing is the red, so you either start with the chest or the lightsaber. Actually, of all the things Nomura's done, this is one of the least offensive ones. The Batman one was absolutely horrendous, but I still don't like this. Because you start with the lightsaber, and then where do you go from there?
I found some cool art. I'm just checking to see if the artist is okay with it posted anything about their.
Here's the render from Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Okay, that'll probably work. I thought I had a classic Darth Vader already saved and ready to go, but
yeah, that works.
Turns out that it did not.
Battlefront 2 is a great source for just character stills. They have a ton of great armor types.
It's not the good Battlefront 2.
Yeah, so at least the models are very nice. I'll give them that.
It's the pretty Battlefront 2.
It is pretty. It's maybe not good, but it's pretty. And we've all known, just because something's pretty doesn't mean it's good.
Oh, that is a big image.
Well, that is a very large Vader.
Wow.
Big Chungus Vader.
Do you think it was big enough?
I just got that from. Oh God, it's 56,000.
It's like the start of Spaceballs. It just never stops.
I didn't check the size. I'm sorry. It's 5680 by 8,000 pixels.
Do you think it's higher? Do you think the resolution will be good enough?
I think the resolution's high enough.
All right.
Gosh, I wish I had been able to find character artwork that was this good, but yes, there he is in all of his helmety glory. You can tell that he takes that helmet to they take the wax and they like buff it out,
It's punishment detail for Imperial ensigns that have failed.
All right. So here we go. Cool.
Here's the classic.
So actually, it's interesting you bring up the helmet shininess, right? Because, like Martel was saying, right, you have a few distinct visual elements, and then you can accomplish some interesting things simply by alternating the texture and surfaces, right? So, like, Nomura, we got, like, the helmet's shiny, and this armor panel's shiny, but, like, and granted, part of this is that this is an action figure, but, like, if you do your designing for a medium where you're going to have a lot of the same reflectivity, you got to account for that, right? So classic Vader, you have areas where his armor is shiny, and then you have some, like, flat, matte areas from his cloak and his robe, and then kind of tying it all together, you then have areas for, like, the sleeves and the gloves and the pants where it's textured, but it's not super shiny like the armor is, but it still catches the light in a way that's distinct from just the, like, flat black of the cloak.
His gloves are slightly lighter gray shade than the sleeves, right?
Yeah. And that, I actually, like, looking at the right arm here, that may just be an effect of where the light source is. Here, let me grab a still from the film. But over on this Nomura one, like, you don't really have a lot of changes in the way the material catches the light. Like, and it all looks like it's made out of plastic, because it is, but that's,
Something that sticks out to me there is how the helmet also just has like these like kind of these spines on it now.
hmm.
Kind of just stuck more.
Visual noise.
Again, this is like Nomura 101. I promise not just going to be us ripping on him the entire time, although it's going to be a lot of that.
He's a really bad offender.
I will say this. I think he's made a lot of great character designs over the years, but he's also made a lot of bad ones. So
The problem with fashion and designers is that they get more and more and more indulgent as their careers progress. You can see this with Minecraft YouTubers, actually. Like,
not a tangent I was expecting, but I'm interested.
If you watch like Hermitcraft series, there's actually some very high level discussion about color gradients and palettes and all that stuff, and it's quite an evolution from, really early on in Minecraft where it's like, I've stuck 2 blocks of wood together. Now it's shaders and artificial trees, and it's not actually bad there, but give it another 10 years and it'll be very self-indulgent, just throwing bits on for the sake of throwing bits on instead of a unified theory.
Minecraft could be an interesting, perhaps, tangent at some point, because it's such a limited medium to build with that, when people would make structures and things, and as they've added to the game over the years, they just add bricks just for the sake of having more bricks. And I think it's kind of taken away some of the visual identity of Minecraft. So I guess maybe that's a bit of a game design look at something that's maybe like the Mojang's version of what Nomura does with characters. They just add more for the sake of adding more.
Also, difference between the Nomura and the Lucas Vader design. Notice how on the right you have, what would you call that piece that fits around the neck and over the shoulders? Because it's covering the neck, the upper chest, and the shoulders, and it's all one solid piece.
It's basically an expanded gorget.
Really big for a gorget, though.
I suppose it could also be like that attached to like a set of shoulder plates.
But whatever it's called, on the Nomura side of things, you've got... Oh, and also the blinky light bit is its own separate piece lower down. On the Nomura side of things, you've got an integrated upper chest plate with blinky lights, and then that... What the heck even is that directly under the blinky light bit?
Oh, they just gave him
they just gave him
Roman musculature.
Ab armor.
It looks like abs, but with those flashlights on headbands.
Oh yeah,
it's like they took those off and put it inside. And stacked them on top of each other. And it has separate shoulder pads, and the shoulder pads are all very busy, and it's just too much noise.
Yeah, it's like and by moving the control panel up onto his chest, it draws your eye way more than the Lucas Vader, where like, yeah, it's there, but you're drawn first to the super distinct helmet silhouette. And then like the lines just kind of flow down, and then it's like, oh, and then, super distinct helmet silhouette. This area is all like a solid color. Then you're like, oh, okay, here's some neat visual detail here. Whereas here, like this like pulls all your focus. And then you're like, oh, right, there's the helmet with busyness of the spikes. So actually here's another Vader I have to offer us. Because there is another example of a Vader done all in plastic with a lot of more visual detail than classic Vader that I think still looks good.
Also, the problem with the modern gaming industry. Just because you can render every single pore and acne scar in loving 1720p detail doesn't mean you should.
We use makeup
here's
in real life to avoid doing that.
Yeah.
Does everybody ever watch Dexter's Laboratory, the old Cartoon Network show? And chat members may know this one as well. There was an episode where our boy Dexter, the science man, lad, he's tired of wearing glasses, right? And he just hates them for he was being made fun of. His sister's evil and stuff, right? So he goes and does science, and he gives himself super LASIK, whatever that's called, right? And his eyesight gets so good, he no longer needs glasses, but it's so good that it's actually too good. He's seeing in such insane detail all of like the pores and like the hairs on people's faces, and it like freaks him out. And so then he goes and he like ruins his eyes again, so he doesn't have to see it anymore. I think there's a bit of a moral lesson there.
Was that also an excuse for the animators to just draw like really gross out shots of people's faces?
Oh yeah, you know the ones from SpongeBob too, where they go in super detail. Like just as these weird visual gags, they totally just were like, let's just try this out because it looks funny.
late 90s, early 2000 cartoons were weird.
Yeah, here's I do love this Samurai Vader. This is quite something. Like he's got the Imperial crest up there.
This is actually good.
Oh, that's
even though it's a lot more detailed than classic Vader. This is a good kind of detail because it looks like actual embossed. I could see a feudal lord in Japan commissioning this set of armor.
Well, that's ornate detail instead of busy detail. That's a big difference.
Right.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, this is ornamentation of something functional. This is not ornamentation, and the function is not obvious either. It's just like we made it a double layered shoulder pad because.
Well, it helps that Samurai Vader here, real historical samurai armor, they did this. So it's not like they just pulled it out of their butts, right? This is even like the you can almost tell like they make it out of these like strips of material. I forget, it's like the sort of metal and like wood. Samurai armor is really interesting, but you can see that on his gauntlets. You can actually tell how it sort of looks like it's bound together, right?
Right.
And he's got those knee guards coming off on his knees, and they kind of stick out.
Well, the samurai were primarily cavalry, so that would actually help guard against strokes from below peasants.
Like about the only thing you could like knock this guy on is the cape if you were looking at it strictly from that perspective.
But he is supposed to be Darth Vader.
He is, like I said,
it does have a cape by design.
The cape is required. It's just like how Helldivers have to have capes, right?
Exactly.
Like Vader has to have a cape, otherwise he can't like swoosh dramatically over stuff, and it doesn't like blow in the wind and terrify rebels and all that.
Okay, so here's something that they've thrown onto the face mask I actually like: the beard. It doesn't serve any purpose.
Oh no, it does.
But it looks cool.
That's
neck protection.
Were there actual samurai face masks that had that sort of thing on?
Yeah, that's actually a cool piece.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Actually, like the whole like mask itself was also part of it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, to your point, it does look cool. And so here's also where rule number 1 comes back into play now, because right now you're literally taking something that was inspired by samurai armor, among other things, and basically taking it back to samurai armor, but because Vader's original look is a mishmash of influences, and so you've got like the skull face, but it's not like literally a skull face. This artist now has room to reinterpret Vader's distinct, unique take on a skull face back into samurai armor. So he's not just like, oh, it's a samurai with a skull plate mask. Like you have like the distinct like triangular shape of Vader's mask here.
They've got his mouth thing still going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little. What are those ear flap thingies right next to the eyes?
Those are also a historical samurai design element. I think for arrows.
See, I get this Oni impression from Samurai Vader here.
Because he's got the chompers here, or because
He's
these
got the
things
big
look like
chompers.
horns.
Yeah. It almost looks like the sides of his mouth are kind of like almost like horns. He's got this big mouth. He's going to gobble you up.
Let's see. Oh shoot. So you can't see it on this one because of where he's holding a sword, but they still actually incorporated the control panel into the armor. Let me see if I can find the other picture I had.
It's like, oh, it's on his stomach, you're saying?
Yeah.
Like as a belt? Like on the
No,
belt?
no, it's
or-
still on the abdomen.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here we go. Here we go.
They've done similar stuff with, I think, Darth Maul and Boba Fett. Like the classical Japan stuff.
It's funny you should mention that.
Well, you got me a Jango Fett figure with the samurai style. I think it's awesome.
That's the one.
This one's been modified slightly by the artist who added the purple, but the
It still
coloration,
works.
on the chest panel is like part of the original paint job of the figure.
Yeah, it still works.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah,
Yes,
this again, I could actually see some feudal Japanese lord commissioning that armor. Whereas the one on the left is, by which I mean the Nomura design is just it.
And you'll
Yeah.
notice he's still following a lot of the rules of original Vader here, with the samurai one. Right, so like you still have the arms are still textured without being like super shiny. And then you have fewer areas of just like matte black compared to classic Vader. But there's not it's not like a riot of textures. Like all of the textures are that way because that is how the equipment needs to be built. And then you still have some flat matte spaces with the knee pads and the cloak. And a
Oh,
little
he's
bit of
even
the
got
armor
those
here.
the upward
Pants.
turning toes on the boots.
Hmm.
And so he can kick you really, really hard.
And then the gorget is still a distinct texture from some of the other armor, as well as like visually they're alternating now, like the dark metal with the black, so you still get that. Like this is doing a lot of work here to like tie into the original Vader design. Yeah, too many Vaders on screen. There we go.
Just throw some sand up there. They'll run fleeing in terror.
Introduced sand attack.
I like to think that if Luke had just had, taken a lesson from
Look
our
at Sam.
neighbor Dale, yeah, had some pocket sand, like pocket sand, just throws it in Vader's, like clogs up like his breathing mask. He's like, no.
So you got the lines here reflected here, and the only place where the artist really like kind of indulges himself a little, and it works in this case, is the rest of the breastplate here.
And that's just filigree, which, because it's supposed to be samurai armor, works. Like, heck, if you look at some of the armor suits from Europe that were actually used in warfare, there's this one German suit of full plate that I'm thinking of from the 14 or 1500s that has gold filigree all over the thing and a skull face mask. Really good stuff.
I think it's the Duke of Alba armor suit.
So we're being told from the chat that the wings and the helmet are to prevent an enemy from cutting off the cords that hold the gorget on.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
That's
He
really
says
clever.
that's what Google says. So
Okay, so the gorget is
we
tied
believe
up.
you.
I can believe it.
The gorget is tied up there. Okay. Then you just hide the knot behind the shield there.
So we get another message. Edna Mode says no capes. Super Earth has purged her for undemocratic sentiment. And sediment. Her sand is also undemocratic.
Or you can just do the Count Dooku thing where the cape will stay on, but any amount of force will just detach it.
Like the silicone ring of capes. Sean, you could have used such a cape.
What's that a reference to?
Mulan.
No, the silicone ring thing.
Oh, like silicone wedding bands are popular because the ring is designed to tear before you do an avulsion on your finger.
Right. Okay, you said ring, and I was thinking space shuttle part.
Oh.
I mean, I think we should have space stations with capes, but that's just
Anyway,
me.
before this gets onto the Challenger issue. Anyway, Darth Vader.
Yes. All right. So let's look at Nomura again now. Now that we've seen like how you can do this right, let's take a look at doing it wrong again. Also,
All right, guys. Here's the dunk on Nomura part.
Samurai Boba Fett looks awesome here as well.
So I'll say this: if you had told me
There's
this is
also
Nomura, I would have. Actually, if you hadn't told me, I would have figured it out because of the belts. That's a telltale sign.
There's also the Jango Fett version over in the file dump.
That looks pretty sick, I gotta say.
I actually have that one sitting behind me. It is amazing.
And we can compare it to the Nomura Boba Fett, which is also just...
Oh, God. So let me guess. He has, like, 18 missiles on his back.
Ooh.
And using belts.
So many belts.
At some point, I also want to talk about Boba Fett and Jango Fett specifically, because it's like a good example of same design, different color scheme, and it completely changes the vibe of the character.
I love Jango Fett so much.
Dude, I love the flintlock blaster. That is sick.
He actually has two of them.
That is sick.
Yeah, and
This one is a bit less...
Instead of the grappling hook, he actually has a kunai in his gauntlet.
Oh,
like,
that's
the detail
awesome.
on this thing is amazing.
Oh,
You can't
dude.
actually see all of it, but it's so good.
It's funny because...
It's all opposable, too. Like, you can change the pose on this guy in so many ways.
Unlike Darth Vader, I really can't see this getting made, but it still looks cool and more realistic than Nomura.
I think probably the jetpack throws it off a bit, but...
No, it's actually... It's actually the...
stylized if you look at a bit more in detail. The
Boba
one has a bigger missile,
feels...
Well, I love how the Boba here, he's got those extra knives and stuff on his like chins. So again, a bit more of a comparison versus Jango.
Jango has a wakizashi, it looks like.
Yeah. And then
He's a
dual
little bit more of a
pistols.
refined version, whereas Boba's the outlaw version.
Well, Jango's the first generation Ronin. Boba just got what was left over after his father passed.
Along with everything he's picked up traveling with the Portuguese. Or fighting the it wasn't the Aztecs. What was that? What South American tribe was it where the came into conflict?
No, there was an incident in the Philippines where Japanese pirates
They did battle with some Spanish tercios,
Spanish conquistadors and what was the king? The Muslim king, basically a Muslim pirate kingdom in modern day Malaysia. Whatever they were having a three-way civil war.
So it was the Super Smash Bros of the 16th century.
Yes. The Aztecs come in because some of those conquistadors were probably descended from the conquistadors that conquered the Aztecs, so there was a chance that there were, partial or full-blooded Aztecs fighting for the Spanish in the Philippines.
A crossover episode no one expected or remembers.
The 16th and 17th centuries were fun for everyone involved.
It was a good time. It was a party.
Okay. This thing.
Oh boy, here we go.
Do you want original Vader back up or?
No, it's good that we can have the object of my hatred on screen.
No. I mean, instead of Samurai Vader here, should I have
Oh, yes.
Classic Vader?
Yes, that would be more helpful.
Trying to name these images so I can tell when I'm turning on and off.
So why do I get the feeling that in this Nomura verse, Luke is about to give like a passionate speech about the power of friendship to Anime Vader?
Well, let's not get into the story stuff.
So I'm just interpreting here. It's like the ideas are coming to me.
We're here for the aesthetics. No, this was a rule Miliardo and I set up before this started. We're not discussing story stuff because if we do, one, we're going to be here all day.
We'll be here all night.
Two,
Note, this is a joke.
Yeah. Two, we're going to turn into those channels who exist entirely to complain about whatever it is that insert major franchise has done this time, and
Oh well, yeah.
it would be more productive to just not watch major franchise.
I was just making a joke about anime, not about Star Wars.
Let me set down that rule now too for chat so they know as well. We will, in a carefully controlled aesthetic environment, be removing certain images of Disney Star Wars characters from the lead box we keep them sealed in. This is purely for aesthetic discussion purposes. Do not talk about how much you like Disney Wars, how much you hate Disney Wars. This is not the place to complain about Disney Wars and give them attention. We're going to talk about the aesthetics as they apply, and carefully put the images back in the sealed lead container and move on.
Well reasoned.
So, back to Nomura. Let's get the obvious. The belt.
Well, it's Nomura. What'd you expect?
Again, you want busy?
More belts.
This is busy. Compare the image on the right with the image on the left, image on the right. The most complex it gets is the little blinky bits on the box, but even then,
like
it's
communicators or something, right? Yeah,
it's fairly simple looking. It looks functional. It looks simple. It looks blocky, which
like tends to be.
Yeah, which I look at the Millennium Falcon or the X-wing. Funny thing is, there's a technical term for just the little bits that are stuck on the model that don't have any apparent function, and those are greebly bits.
Greebly. I like that.
That's the actual technical term, because they made the model, and then it was like, okay, but we need to make it look more like an actual thing with stuff just sticking out of it. So they take little blocks and super glue it on, and that's what gives Star Wars its distinctive look.
Explains a lot about the Death Star.
Other model kits and just kind of strap them on. Adam Savage actually has a ton of videos about that stuff. He loves that.
It's one of those fun details because Star Wars, I think a lot of people may know this, but it was filmed in miniature with models for the spacey stuff, especially. So they would like move like when the Millennium Falcon's flying to the Death Star, and like, that's no moon. You know, it's like they were holding a model on a stick and moving it towards a bigger model, which is the Death Star.
Yes. Back to the belt. Another thing. So, Vader belt, original, simple, blocky, functional. Nomura belt, it's too round. It doesn't fit with. There are no points on this design. It's sort of curves everywhere, which doesn't fit in with the Star Wars aesthetic. And there's just bits stuck on. And also, the belt itself is attached to a sort of half-skirt, half-cape thing that I'm just now realizing, whereas on the original Vader design, it's holding the tunic in place.
Yes, there's actually, right, yeah, Vader's got one belt that performs the functions of a belt, all the functions of the belt. Nomura, you actually have this smaller belt right here that's performing the actual functional work. And then this thing's actually more like like this thing's slung from like one hip to lower on the other hip, where I guess it's where this armor plate attaches, but it's just kind of free floating on his body.
Yeah, what's the point of that armor plate that's attached to a belt that's not even anchored in place? It's just there. It serves no purpose, whereas everything on Vader's armor serves a clear purpose.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, for this kind of armor to work, here, we'll draw on the HEMA experience again. Some of the armor guys wear that would actually serve the function this is riot pants. And so the armor wraps around the outside of your thigh, but then there's a strap on the inside so that the armor actually stays attached to your legs as you're moving around. This is just going to flap, which will also make moving or fighting more fatiguing because you have a giant heavy thing flapping against your leg.
So I'm not sure this is an action figure thing or not, but I get the impression that Nomura Vader has mechanical arms. Would that be reading too much into
Action
it?
figure design.
Okay. So they need the balls for the action figure. I guess that makes sense.
It's for the articulated movement.
The articulation is stored in the balls.
He's doing it again.
Sorry.
Okay. Should we move on to the stormtroopers? Because
You're not going to show off that disgusting Boba Fett one?
We like the
stormtroopers or Boba Fett?
Wait, Nomura
Action
Boba Fett?
Yeah. Hang on, I was looking at it in the file dump. Oh my God,
Hideous,
it's so
isn't it?
ugly.
Wait, did we see it?
It's so busy.
Actually, wait,
You
could we
didn't post it over here, but it's
really
it's
quick?
atrocious.
Could
Oh,
we
no.
just throw up? Could we just throw up the Nomura Batman? Because that's what I truly hate.
This is what triggered him in the first place.
Let's see
Yeah.
here.
That's
God,
what
it's-
started this whole thing.
Oh, it's bad, chat. Oh, it's bad. Shield your eyes. Click off. Put something else. Get to a different tab quickly.
It's
You don't want to see this.
every time I look at this, I find something new that I didn't see the first time that I hate even more.
It was because you ripped your eyeballs out and threw them into the trash.
Look at this thing.
God, it's so bad.
It's just noise, noise, noise. And I just realized this looking at it before the stream, but the top breastplate looks like it has a nose and sunglasses. It's got a funky face in the place of the pecs.
It's the Gurren Lagann. It's the Gurren Lagann Batman.
It's like, let's put Batman through the JRPG processor AI and see what comes out.
I swear the bat nipple design was better than this.
Hang on. Let's let's compare
And
that.
he's got two
Bring forth the
separate
bat
capes.
nipples.
He's got two separate capes, and again, what draws the eye first? Nothing. It's just a riot of stuff.
Dude, is this like a double Helldiver? He has two capes? Jeez, Super Earth, why do you get two capes?
And just
A 10-star Helldiver.
5,000 different plates, and it's noise, noise, noise. There's nothing to it. Unironically, the bat nipple is a better design.
I forget that this thing exists a lot of times. But
Oh boy.
yeah. Was this Adam West? Which
Nope,
Batman was it?
George
No.
Clooney.
Oh god, I forgot George Clooney was a Batman.
He'd like to forget too.
TV's Adam West.
This is
Maybe next time.
unironically a better design than the Nomura Batman.
I mean,
I
this
agree.
is just some classic Greek design work going on here.
If it weren't for the bat nipple, it would actually be quite a sensible design.
Let me put it this way: the Greeks would look at this and be like, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah.
Or Hades, yeah.
I just
The
compare
Vikings,
the cowl.
the Vikings would say,
Compare
hell
the
yeah.
cowl to the helmet.
Yeah.
Look at that helmet. What is that even supposed to be? It doesn't even look like a bat.
Looks more like a rabbit.
I was getting some kind of like mutant fox.
And the
Oh,
visor
it's like
can
discount
fly.
Zurg from the Toy Story movie.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You're an enemy of the Galactic Alliance. And why does the visor continue up to the top of the ear?
Because he's got to see really good. He's got his FOV slider turned up to 190 degrees.
What?
He's just like me.
Let's see behind him.
FOV increase?
Yeah, so chat was a little bit surprised why I hate the Nomura designs, but this is why. This is why I hate the Nomura designs. This abomination.
You can
I-
tell
look
he has no particularly strong feelings about the matter.
Kevin Jakes makes a good point here. He almost looks like a Kamen Rider character. Which here, let me
I can
find
see
some
him being
Kamen
Kamen
Rider
Rider. Yeah.
example, because there's some Kamen Riders with busy designs that I love. So I want to see if I just have bad taste or if I'm onto something here.
I mean, look at those wings. What? It's again.
So he looks like
where,
if you
where
if
do
you
you
took
start?
here's a thing. Let's see if this makes any sense. You know, there's that game where they turned like the boats into like the anime girls.
Which one?
Which one?
There's, I don't know the difference between the two. I just know there's two.
Okay, so Kantai
And-
Collection was the first. Azure Lane is Kantai Collection, but sluttier.
Fair enough. You know how they have like the boat guns floating behind them?
Right.
That's kind of what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing like, oh, he's got bat guns.
You're right.
I'm sorry if that's cursed thoughts.
No, it
But,
does kind of look like that. But also, there's a second half cape coming out of his waist when he already has a. Ugh. Ugh.
The more you look at it, the more you stare into the void.
Like, also, is his right hand just twisted at a weird angle, or is it just me?
I think that's the figure
Okay.
because it's also a posable figure. So
I oppose
I'm
this
not going to
figure.
rag on. I'm not going to rag on the design for weird joints because it does have to be an action figure. But I will rag on everything else.
All right, so here's a visually complex Kamen Rider that I am a fan of. Well, here's an example of how visually simple Kamen Rider can be. Here's Kamen Rider Black in his OG form.
Okay.
I like the eyeballs.
Simple, distinctive.
He's like a bug man.
Then
Most of the work is being done with color gradient.
let me show you his updated version. Where's his actual form though? Here's a better picture. Rider Black Sun. Should form. No, I'm not looking for Kuga. I'm looking for Black Sun. Google is drunk. It doesn't understand Kamen Riders.
I don't think Google's been sober in years.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's his transform form. So then here was the updated take on this character when they wanted him to look more animalistic. It's kind of a dark image.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean,
Oh yeah, he's like Mothman.
Yeah. But again, there's still right, he's got a lot more texture to him because they're trying to make him look biological versus just like a suit of armor.
Robotic, yeah.
I like all of the striations in the armor. That,
It looks like chitin.
yeah. No, yeah, I would say that this is a good kind of busy. Because that, again, it still clearly draws the eye. You're naturally going to start with the antennae and then move down. The belt's a big standout, and then in between you've got striated chitin.
And I love how the additional color there calls back to his original design, where it was just like the stripes around the ankles and the wrists.
Also,
He's got the accents still, yeah.
I can count on the fingers of one hand the major design elements. Helmet, belt, the spiky pauldrons or vambraces.
Yeah.
Vambraces. Torso, and then is there a technical term for the bit sticking out from the thigh? Like the plate that sticks up.
I don't know if there's a technical term, but yeah. Yeah, there's a few distinct deviations from the normal human form that really catch your eye.
Whereas the Batman thing, it's just
And all of the
noise on noise on noise.
all the
Oh, dude, could it be
texturing is
Greaves?
again
Like
tied
plate
back.
Greaves?
Say again, Kuroris?
Greaves? The leg plates?
Maybe they just stick out a bit more than normal.
Maybe.
And you can kind of see in this picture there's still the gradients there.
Yeah. Now, I am not really a fan of. So you see in the original how the silver belt is silver all the way around?
Yeah.
And it's just not there at all except for the front piece in the new one.
Yeah.
It actually could have done with having the whole thing being silver.
Mm.
Just throw in a bit of relief from the black on black that you get as you move to the legs.
You just make it the same shade as his mouthpiece, you know?
Maybe the antennae.
Maybe it's
See,
yeah.
Because I wonder if you do that though, because the belt is, yeah. So the belt sits a little lower here than it does here, and this also has the silver here to tie it together with. I wonder if you just put a big silver band there, if it would like cut him in half too much. Because I think without it, you get more of a sense. I think it emphasizes his height and slenderness when he doesn't have the silver belt.
Again, though, the problem is that as it currently stands, you've got black leading into more black.
Mm.
And you've got the verdigris green copper silver belt off to the side, but to the right of that, it's still black.
Let me see if I can find a picture from the show to see if this is an artifact of turning him into an action figure. I think this is the show. Wait, is this just another picture of the action figures? Alright, I guess they did a good job on the action figures. No, okay, this is stills from the show. Yeah, you still just have the black and the black there. But again, all of the in this case, all of the texture and detail is being drawn from some real world source where it has a function. So in this case, grasshoppers.
Okay, so the one on the left kind of makes my point because it starts out silver and then it looks like it continues into silver on the leg pieces.
Mm.
But in between, you've got black.
Yeah.
Which is a contrast from the silver on silver.
I really like that silver one.
Here, let me find a full size image of him. Also, you see like the leg looking things wrapping around their chest.
Yep.
They can tear those off and it'll turn into a sword.
Nifty.
Brings a new meaning to the phrase lethal fashion.
Where is better picture of Shadow Dude?
This is, I mean, it's busier, but
So here's Shadow Moon's original form.
Oh, that's really cool.
Okay.
The classic
Yeah, see.
show.
Upper torso silver, lower torso waist black, legs silver, and then a little bit of black at the very bottom to make it look, well, to make you look at the entire limb instead of it just kind of disappearing at the thigh.
Hmm.
So are those like bug mandible spurs?
Yes.
Does he ride something truly awful?
No, they mostly just ride motorcycles.
Is his motorcycle labeled after, or like modeled after a bike?
Yeah, let me find the battle hopper.
Could just be an indicator of knighthood. Did the Japanese ever develop spurs?
They did.
Okay.
And then they got for the mainland. I believe even raided.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Brulame, thank you for stopping by. Welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about aesthetics. We started with Darth Vader. Now we've tangented into Kamen Rider. And I think we're eventually going to bring this back around to Vader and then Boba Fett. But welcome in. How was
Well,
your
technically,
stream?
we started with Scotty actually, but
You have unfortunately missed the anime waifus.
don't worry, that's next stream.
That's all right. There's like 20 hours of anime waifus in my backlog.
Just go look at the VODs. You'll see what I mean.
One of him riding it though.
So we're complaining about Tetsuya Nomura, our favorite punching bag.
Actually, now that I think about it, Shadow Moon never actually. I don't think he actually rides a battle hopper at any point. But here, this will still serve to help illustrate things. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, and then I was also trying to find the Black Sun version of Shadow Moon as a full body shot. I need dual stream screens to be able to show all this stuff off. Alright, I've thoroughly confused the search engine with all of these words. Black Sun, Kamen Rider, Black Sun, Shadow Moon. Oh yeah, this might work. Now to drag it all into here. Here. And here. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so here is the Amazon's updated version of Shadow Moon. So yeah, by using the basically the black undersuit, they're able to create a little more visual interest and break up the shape of the character more. Which makes me wonder what Black Sun would have looked like if he had had more like a dark gray or dark metallic undersuit, if that could have served a similar purpose. Then let me know when you guys are done with that, and I'll drag the bikes onto the screen. How bad is the latency from when I drag stuff on stream to when you guys actually
Only a
see
few
it?
seconds.
Few seconds.
It was pretty fast.
Then here are bikes. Here's the classic battle hopper.
Did you say Mitsubishi product?
Hmm.
Like the little legs.
Looks like a grasshopper motorbike.
I like the face. And here's the updated one. I'm a huge fan of the Black Sun Battle Hopper.
Oh, that was very sleek.
Or
It
like,
looks sadder.
Yeah, that fits.
It does match his color better, though.
The Black Sun was the show I was telling you about. That's about the story of how Greta Thunberg becomes the Unabomber.
I don't think I've heard this one.
Okay, going back to Boba Fett.
All right. Thus ends the tangents. Goodbye, Shadow Moon. Bye, Black Sun. Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry, this whole tangent got started because I wanted to show you the other common writer I wanted to show you for an example, I think, of a busy design that still works. Drag that here. Cool, here we go. This is Kiva. And I'll argue this is still good design, even though it's busy.
Okay, yeah, it's busy, but it's not Nomura Batman busy.
I think this is kind of the later Kamen Rider helmets go in much more for like the bigger, more dramatic eye shapes. So I think that's what Kevin was getting at as far as the Nomura Batman resembling a Kamen Rider, where
I
his
think
eyes
that
are
this
here.
is a good way to illustrate another problem with the Nomura thing and just design principle in general. And you can also see this with Arknights. A design can have details, but the details can't be the main thing. Like, when you're zooming in on a lot of the Arknight stuff, it's like, oh, there's this little thing hanging off the ankle or whatever. Look at the chains on the Kamen Rider thing.
Hmm.
The Nomura design is nothing but details. There's no unifying, coherent thing. It's all detail.
The
A
details
little bit of a
aren't
sensory overload.
hanging off of anything.
It's a design flashbang.
That's a good term.
How would you phrase that? Is the design must support the detail. The detail cannot. You can't make a design solely out of details.
Yeah, there should be a handful of easily noticeable things.
It should highlight the better parts of it.
That's a good way of putting
be
it.
the entire thing.
Yeah.
Detail supports design. Detail supports design, or there has
That's a good way of putting it.
There has to be a design to hang the details off of.
That works too.
It's like trying to do a picture that's nothing but an ornate frame.
Well, it's like those really fancy frames, but they just keep adding more details to the frame going inwards until there's no more picture.
Hmm. We'll just call it detail supports design. This is the Cliff Notes version of the rules.
There is no number 3. Ah, you fixed it. 1, 2, 4-3, my lord. Yeah, as the old saying goes.
Also, if you had to guess, what's the theme of this common rider?
I'm getting a somewhat aggressive pose here.
I like
Spider.
fiery.
Take a
Like some
look at
kind of
his
beetle.
take a look at his belt.
I mean, that could be a bat of
Is
some
that a
kind, or
bat?
some.
It's a bat. This is also why I
I see.
chose Kiva, because he is the vampire-themed common rider.
Ah,
So for his transformation, the little bat on his belt is actually like his animal sidekick, and so the bat bites his hand, trigger the transformation, and then becomes his giant belt buckle there. And then he can use the little pack stored on his belt. He can stick into the bat's mouth to transform into his werewolf form or his Frankenstein form or his creature from the Black Lagoon form. You also notice the chain around his leg, so when he does his rider kick finishing technique, the chain unwraps and then the greaves unfold into a pair of bat wings, and then he delivers a massive kick with it. You'll notice for all these big areas of detail on him, he's also just got a plain black jumpsuit on underneath.
again, going back to one of my original points, let color gradients do the work.
So this was a costume
Contrast.
somebody actually put on too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
That
this
would
is
make sense.
I think this is a picture of the model kit because that's the easiest way to get the full body shot. But
Going
yeah,
back-
this is something someone had to wear and do stunt work in.
Just a contrast, you've got red, silver, black, got just varying colors. The Nomura Batman, it's black on black on black on black on black with some shiny bits and then red on the visor.
Yeah, there's nothing to break up the design because the whole design is just all of these broken up angles.
Yeah, and it's not even like parts are matte black and parts are shiny black. It's all shiny black. Whereas the Clooney Batman, the Bat Nipple, you do actually have some color variation in there. If nothing else, the cape and the breastplate.
Yeah.
Plus just the skin color with the chin sticking out actually breaks up the black of the breastplate, the black of the cowl.
Well, when you're working with black and white too, it gets interesting because now the chest symbol is probably a black material, but because it's so much more reflective than the costume, to our eye, it if I use the color dropper tool, it looks like a different color, even though it's not.
Could be silver, but I take your point.
We'll make this rule 4. Color and texture variation can do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of creating visual interest, but it costs you very little in terms of busyness to the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically effortless for the brain to take in the color and texture variation. Whereas
If we ever get to my point about RTS unit design, that's going to be a big one. Because I feel like that's the quintessence of easy to understand visual design, just video games in general and RTS in particular.
can you understand what you're looking at when it's a sprite or a chibi or a small unit on a screen
Exactly.
next to dozens of other small things on the screen?
Well, because you have to design it in such a way that the mind can instantly process it in a very rapidly changing situation where split-second decisions count. So this applies in shooters, like the enemy design in Halo. All of them are visually distinct, so once you learn what the enemies are, you will know instantly what each of them is capable of. Or in RTS, where you need to be able to quickly look at your own units and buildings and the enemy's units and buildings and know exactly what all of them are capable of. But yeah, that's sneak peek at a future rant that I will go on.
Also here, since we have the bat doubles up here, actually, yeah, we have a good spectrum here, right? So here, you're basically imitating the details here, are imitating and enhancing human musculature to a perhaps unnecessary degree.
Stylized, let's call it.
Then you come down to Kiva, and his armor is basically doing the same thing, but is even more stylized. You sort of have a blending of pecs and abs, but the purpose is still like it's evocative. Here, go back to rule 1. This is evocative of muscle mass. Then you come over to Nomura Batman, and like you kind of have it with the abs here, but then like this chest is where you're going full Gurren Lagann with sunglasses and a mustache, and like it looks like an evil Pringles can. It looks like the evil Pringles man strapped to his chest.
With Gurren Lagann sunglasses.
Gene Wolfe.
So we're gonna
with
put that on the
Gurren
list
Lagann
of
sunglasses.
things. We're gonna put that on the list of phrases that you all have heard for the first time in your lives. Evil Pringles can.
I will never be able to get that image out of my head now, thank you.
Does that make it better or worse now?
I already hated it, now I kind of like it because of just how stupid it is.
If I make a comedy bit, then
I just looked at it again and now I hate it.
Oh, okay. He's been cured.
Actually, I just thought of one other character that I think, since we're talking about incredibly ornamented chest pieces here.
Believe in the chips that believe in you. Oh no.
Sorry.
This is 3D render. That's good enough. Take it. Actually, that's a better angle. Ooh. Okay, here we go. There's the actual model.
What's this from?
This is Blackluster Soldier from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, I was about to say that looks familiar.
That's a classic card.
Again,
Is the
color
3D
gradients.
model
Like it's kind of like the Nomura design. That's got a lot of just bits sticking out, but it's amazing how much just making it contrasting gold and dark purple
So a big
blue.
part about why it has such jagged designs, it's actually the same thing with the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Since it was a manga and it was all black and white, he had to basically use the black and white to make the edges pop. Like the creator actually did some interviews on why they have Yu-Gi-Oh cards have such jagged designs, the early ones anyway.
Oh, yeah,
Here.
here. Here's
There you go.
Here we go.
Well, I feel like comics and manga, especially when they're the black and white stuff, have their own entirely separate design principles from 3D.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, so good.
Dude.
Yeah, that's...
And because it was...
He's about to send Kaiba to the Shadow Realm.
Because he was working around the limitations of only having grayscale to work with.
Oh, thank you, grayscale. That's what it's called.
It almost forces you when you translate this into color. You have to pick contrasting colors.
which is good.
Also, I just love.
Usually.
I don't know if you know why he made this decision, but I love how like kind of like all of his humanoids have this like pale green skin, like the classic Dark Magician art, Blackluster Soldier, some of the other early designs when they get colored, he gives them like pale green skin. Like
That
it
does
looks
show up
neat.
a lot. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh was awesome.
Gonna be honest, I actually know nothing at all about Yu-Gi-Oh!
The original
Aside from the memes.
the original run of the comics I really enjoy because what got ported to the US is actually like Series 2, where it was solely focused on duel monsters. Series 1 is imagine if the Shadow really, really liked games.
You can actually find Season 0 episodes, which are basically the anime style, but it's the original where people get killed and tortured and all that.
That's the
They're
one where
really
Kaiba
good.
has green hair.
You
Yes,
have
it
me
is.
intrigued.
Okay, I
Yeah,
now
the guy
know what you're
gets-
talking about.
One of the guy's punishment is he gets eaten by giant worms. It's pretty great.
That's pretty metal.
Yeah.
You know, anytime someone describes something as the shadow does X, okay, I'm interested.
Yeah, because basically, you know, crimes will occur, something bad will happen, and so like Yami Yugi, the spirit of the pharaoh will emerge, and pull the villain into a shadow game where he's like, all right, here's the game of the week, here are the rules, and if you win, nothing bad will happen to you. If you lose, you will face the just punishment. And
Some
so
kind of fitting punishment.
the duel monsters aspect was like one of the many games that was used in the first series. You had
Yeah, it just ended up being so popular that it became its own thing.
The terrible fate of becoming itself.
I mean, it wasn't a terrible fate. Yu-Gi-Oh was amazing. It was just one of those things where it differed from the source material pretty significantly.
I do
Yeah,
look
Yu-Gi-Oh!
forward to
was
reading the
wonderful.
the manga run of the Duel Monsters season. I haven't gotten into yet, but I want to because the first one was really good. One of my particular favorites is the Yo-Yo chapter.
Did you see the Dark Side Dimensions movie? It was kind
Uh,
of like the capstone for the original characters.
I've watched almost nothing of the anime.
Dang. I really liked it.
Okay. Should we move on to everybody's favorite bounty hunters?
Yes, let us.
No, not the hot blonde.
No IG-88?
No Samus?
I was
No
told this would be a
Forlom?
droidster.
Need my Forlom.
No Geralt of Rivia?
He's not blonde.
Could be platinum.
Old Jerry boy.
I was just thinking bounty hunter. But
Right.
yeah, because this is where Kuroris.
Oh boy,
If
let's
there are
let him
two
go.
things that will get Kuroris going, it's droids and the Fets.
He is our
Yeah,
number
dude,
one
that's
Fett
dang
simp.
Where's
Has it
Nomura
worked?
Vader? I need to delete Nomura.
Can you blame him, really?
Well, there's worse things to simp for, that's for sure.
I like droids, I like dragons, and I like the Fets. What can I say?
Good taste. Personally, I'm more of a Revan guy for Star Wars characters, but
All right. Pull these guys back on screen.
so here's the Nipponified version. Which is interesting because this is a Japanese take on an American pop culture take on a Corinthian helmet, which I find funny.
The world's a strange place.
Grab a Corinthian helmet picture for us all to use as well.
Really do like how the Boba one, it has things like added to it. because it's the later set of armor. While the Django one is a bit more base in general. It's a nice touch.
Where's a historical Corinthian helmet? Oh, yes. This is the Corinthian helmet I must use. Didn't even know this existed.
Turns out, in addition to everything else, Hercules knew how to design a pretty good helmet. Or at least his sons did.
What they look like, right? The Corinthians aren't real. They can't hurt you.
What?
You know, I always forget that a lot of these Greek things were painted.
They did like their paint.
Yes,
Well said.
the
More of a
entire
fan of
face
the
plate is
Roman
solid.
It looks like anime Squidward.
Cool as helmets.
It's a
Yeah.
battle Squidward from SpongeBob. The Lost Seasons. Or this is like when Minecraft villagers go to war. You know.
Nah. Sonorous war cry of the Minecraft villager.
The war Squidwards.
You know what this would mean? Like the logical next design step if you wanted to create like a new Mandalorian look would be, right? Be to add the plume.
Roman helmet? Oh.
Which actually that's kind of what the Eldar are doing.
Okay, before we... 40k is its own entire thing.
Alright, I won't pull the
Stick with Star
Dire.
Wars for
I won't
now.
pull the Dire Avenger helmet in here, but alright, let me get a classic picture of Boba Fett and Django in here as well.
Posted in
Yeah,
the
I got
file
one in
dump.
the chat, and then I've got a Django coming up in just a second.
Which, you know, I will say the new Battlefront games, as opposed to the good Battlefront games, they did do a good job of character design.
The clone skins are especially good.
Mostly because they faithfully recreated the movie stuff. Which
Turns out money can buy some things.
Yeah. So while the
Very nice.
Django Fett thing is getting pulled up, would our resident fanboy care to share his thoughts on just the Boba Fett design?
So I do have to admit, I actually am more of a fan of the Django Fett, but Boba Fett is absolutely iconic. I mean, that is the original, obviously. And the green with a little bit of yellow on the knee pads and the shoulder pads, it just adds some pop to it. Oh, it's so good. And also, it just looks very utilitarian with the gray undersuit. Like, it just looks practical, but effective. And obviously, having an anti-tank rocket strapped to your jetpack is... that's just great.
This is the Agent 47 of the Star Wars universe.
Is it just me, or does his cape look kind of like a scarf?
So it actually isn't a cape, it is just a little scarf thing that hangs off. And in the new game, it has little physics. It's quite cool.
Okay. Which
I
I
don't
like.
know
Is
what
it?
that's called, but it's not actually a proper cape. It is just a decorative cloth piece.
Yeah. Well, I like it because it does fit in with the like Western, like Old West, Wild West bounty hunter thing he's got going. It does remind me of that.
Here's a really good action shot as well for Boba, if you want.
Something else
Kind of match that Django.
I noticed when I was putting together a Boba Fett model kit is that he actually has, over top of the jumpsuit, he actually has a gambeson on underneath his armor.
Oh, again,
Ooh.
that is a wonderful
We
piece
were
of
talking about
work.
that the other day,
Cool.
weren't we?
Yeah, because I'm cutting the pieces out and I'm like, wait a minute. His legs and his arms are this color plastic. Why is his torso different color plastic? And then I actually like looked at the character, like really looked at him. I'm like, oh, he's got a padded jacket on underneath his armor.
No, you can actually see it
Yeah, it
on
sticks out
the
more than
left image,
Django.
where right in between the vambrace, you can see the sleeve in
Yeah.
between the vambrace and the shoulder plate.
Like that is a
And then
neat-
there's another. That's actually
Man.
3 layers there.
They did such a good job on these models.
Because you've got
That's
the long
insane.
sleeve, and then you've got a t-shirt, and then you've got one that starts and ends at the shoulder.
So I think that the shoulder piece there is a part of the t-shirt of like the torso covering. So I think the gambeson is basically his torso, the top of his shoulders, and his neck. And
Oh no, because it's a different
possibly,
color.
hang on, let me look at the original. This might also be something where they've separated them in the CGI model. See if I can find a shot.
I mean, 3 layers of cloth armor with a bit of plate over it is perfectly reasonable by real-world standards.
No, yeah, it is 3 layers. So yeah, basically the shoulder padding. There's a gambeson that covers the torso, the shoulders, and the neck. Then there's this sleeve here, and then there's the actual jumpsuit sleeve.
That's cool.
I think that's neat.
Like, it's a bit of detail that you're only going to see if you really zoom in, but once you see it, it's cool. Which, again, use detail to enhance and support instead of just detail for the sake of detail.
Also got some good detailed storytelling going on here when you compare him with Django. In addition to the vastly different vibes that the color and texturing gives, Boba Fett has pouches, like he's carrying lots of extra gear on him. Django's armor is much more like dueling armor, where the space that Boba Fett dedicates to additional pouches, Django Fett has armor on.
Slightly different
It could
careers
also-
and all.
Well, I could also tell the story that he has lost pieces of armor over time,
Hmm.
given how much longer this has been around versus Django.
Part of it could also be that the prequels in general were, smoother and shinier, and the sequel or the original series felt more worn because they were using so much more practical sets as opposed to CGI. But Boba looks more ragged, worn out. Like he's got the divot in his helmet from a blaster. The edge of the scarf is frayed.
He actually has a few little trophies. On his right side, you actually see a little rope, which was apparently a trophy.
I think it's supposed to be a Wookiee braid.
Oh, that would make sense. That'd be a good trophy.
Yeah. Whereas Jango Fett is much
Very
shinier.
clean.
There aren't any
Very-
scars. It's polished.
Yeah, they're
Also,
using.
I posted their jetpacks in there as well. Django's is very simple and streamlined, while Boba's is a bit more modified and just kind of custom compared to that one.
Here, I'll get
Again,
this.
though, that could just be an artifact of the original series was basically entirely done with practical. And then
Well, but
the
he did
prequels-
actually have this jetpack. I mean, that was a prop.
fair.
'Cause remember, he gets it blasted off and goes flying and all that stuff, so he was actually wearing it. Because this armor did exist. Like, they did make all these armors. You can even see it in the
Something-
behind the scenes.
Something I think
Fair.
is a good point with these characters. Hang on. Why doing that? Oh, it's because it's trying to name these things the same thing. They're all latest.png. Um, I'll solve the backpack problem in a minute. But since you brought up the sleeker, shinier look of the prequels, this is also where design details are serving multiple functions. So this both, right, replacing the leg armor with the additional pouches here, both tells the story of Boba Fett does not have all of his dad's armor. He's had to replace stuff over time, or he's just lost it and decided to like make the best of it by adding more storage capacity to his outfit. But it also serves the vibe that both stories are going for. So this Boba Fett looks way more everything's got utility, whereas Jango Fett, between the lack of texturing from battle damage over time, along with the completely like silver blue cool color palette, and then the addition of the other smooth armor plates, just has a completely different vibe as well. Like this guy looks more like a like Buck Rogers, Crystal Spires and Togas style of sci-fi character versus.
Yeah, plus he's from an era where
Solo.
everyone had a lot more money floating around, so I imagine keeping equipment maintained was a lot easier in the prequel era.
Hmm. Actually, there's another good. Let me solve the backpack problem. There's another good comparison we can make between prequel stuff and then how it looks by the time you get to the original
Real quick
trilogy
side
era.
note. Something that I like about both of the Boba and Jango Fett designs, the way that they're painted, so that even though they are convex helmets, the cheeks look like they're concave.
Hmm.
I had to give a bit of depth in there.
Which in the Japanese design they solved by just making it concave.
Yeah.
But
Actually, I should. I'll get handy. I should see how they actually sculpted it, but yeah, because the Corinthian helmet is, since it's just a cut in the helmet, like the cheeks are actually like they're just the same depth as the rest of the helmet.
Yep. And then it kind of flanges outward at the neck.
These ones are painted to emphasize the visor.
Which is, I'm not sure if I would call this a principle or a guideline, but it is cool when you use colors to suggest or create the illusion of depth without needing to actually make depth. Fun with perspective.
Thank you, Discord, for making all the files have the same name, so now I can't.
That's weird. I swear that jetpack was supposed to have a transparent background.
It's probably Discord.
Oh, man. It looked better when it was transparent.
Yeah, for some reason, Discord is treating all of the files you drop as having the same name, so I'm going to have to figure out a workaround here. Oh, here we go. That'll work. Here we go. Now I can look at the jetpack side by side.
Yeah, so I guess it is technically worth noting that he did use Boba Fett's jetpack for like one scene, but then he actually switches to that one. That's the one that gets chopped up and gets him killed in the end.
Mm.
So this one does in fact exist in the prequels. It just only showed up on Kamino.
Yeah, this was the one, the action figure I had this one, which I thought was super cool as a kid, that it had the like stubbier missile on it.
Yeah, that's the jetpack that actually went on to be used for the jump troopers for the clones as well. Kind of the baseline model.
I like even just simple things they did with it, like moving the nozzles from outboard to underneath.
Oh yeah, the jet nozzles.
That makes it look
That's
more
interesting. It just
more
sleeks down the
aerodynamic.
entire design.
Yeah, because you can kind of just draw like a a nice curved shape around the whole thing. Whereas here you're going to have airflow. You're going to have dirty air coming off of here, and then down again.
Yeah, very cool jetpacks.
Then,
I
Wallace?
guess, hang on, there's one more. While we're on the topic of jetpacks, there is one that I would like to show off as well from the new era, which I am not much of a fan of, unfortunately.
Don't worry, none of us are.
Alright, hang on just a second. Because, yeah, the First Order actually got jetpacks as well. And, I don't know, they're just a bit too blocky.
And it looks like in the
Yeah,
Mandalorian.
Can't find the jetpack itself, but this is what their jet troopers look like. You can kind of see the jetpack here.
You know, this
It's
could make a
very
great
blocky
segue
with
for
tubes.
my
Oh, that's
Why I-
terrible.
why I hate
Yeah,
the new stormtroopers.
So yeah, we have clone jetpack, Boba Fett's jetpack / Jango Fett jetpack in one scene. Otherwise, he uses that one. If I had to guess why he used that in one scene, it was kind of just to set it up that he had multiple jetpacks. And then this one that the Kaminoans copied to be used as the jet trooper design is what he ended up dying with. That's my headcanon anyway. Obviously, there's no proof of this, but they never actually specified. And then the First Order got that brick of a jetpack, which makes me terribly sad.
You know what? That actually looks... That's the Primaris jetpack.
Wait, like Primaris Marines?
Yeah, that's the same design sensibility in a way.
Just a giant brick?
Yeah, a giant brick with
it's
giant
a little
nozzles.
jet engine.
Okay, but it
Yeah,
works
it
for
is.
40k.
I'm not a huge fan of the Primaris jump troops, but
Well, okay, Primaris jump troops? No, I actually do like the Primaris helmet, but
oh yeah, the Primaris helmet is a throwback to the Mark V.
actually, if I can pull up some screen caps from Dawn of War Retribution, once we get to the RTS thing, it'll also help make my point. But
Actually, Kuroris, do you have any interest in also discussing the Mandalorian's take on the armor or the Mandalorian's take on Boba Fett's refurbished armor?
I am absolutely down to discuss that. I actually like quite a few aspects of The Mandalorian.
have you watched the series?
I have not watched the series, but I've watched enough to get it, and I have especially watched all the bits with droids in them, and they do the droids such justice.
But yeah, the bit with the Dark Troopers was that
Oh,
they made the Dark Troopers what they should be, which is absolutely menacing.
They also made the B2s what they should have been. Well, what they technically are in canon. Able to take multiple lasers, can backhand a Mandalorian across the room.
Yeah. Actually, this would be a good brief segue for Stormtrooper armor. Timothy Zahn, one of the grandmasters of sci-fi, and
Creator of the Thrawn trilogy.
Yep, one of like 3 good Star Wars authors. The other 2 being Michael Stackpole and Aaron Alston. Had a book series about the Fist of the Emperor, which is Stormtroopers meets A-Team. So Stormtroopers are convicted of a crime that they didn't commit by scheming officers, so they decide to go rogue and fight for truth, justice, and the Imperial way. Which, again, I like because they're loyal to the Empire. They just take aim at corrupt officials. They steal a ship loaded with a bunch of spare armor, and it actually goes into how Stormtrooper armor is supposed to work, which is it'll absorb just about anything short of a high-powered direct hit. So by the time the second book starts, they're actually running out of spare armor because their armor's been so shot up that it's starting to lose its integrity. So it's not that Stormtrooper armor does absolutely nothing, although the bit with the Ewoks is ridiculously... it's stupid. Wire sticks punching through it. They shouldn't. Anyway, it's not that Stormtrooper armor does nothing. It's that the good guys are just unrealistically precise and they land every shot exactly where it needs to be. Which would be kind of like tank crews that destroy every single enemy tank in one hit, whereas their tank takes realistic bounces.
Why is it so hard to find a picture of this armor?
End of segue.
Which armor are you looking for?
Boba Fett's like repainted armor where he's wearing it with like the black pants.
Let me see if I can find that.
Because search engines don't work anymore.
Ah, perfect. Okay, hang on. I got you covered.
All right, I've been able to find
All right.
everything else I'm looking for, but
And this is the action figure, so you should have no problem having this there. No transparent background, though. Sorry.
all good. All right, here we go. All the Mandalorians worth talking about in one place.
This is a solid design.
Let's create some space
I'm-
here.
I'm a big fan of skirts. I think they're really cool. I always like the ARC Trooper stuff and all that.
Right,
There's a
let's-
slightly different angle as well if you want this one. This is also one of the action figures. So there's
Boba
more
Fett
detail
over
on this one. This
there.
one actually uses cloth. Yeah, so he still retains his gambeson. Actually, I think the second one I posted is probably a little better. The texture on it is nicer. Oh, he has like some greaves on his boots. That's interesting.
No, those are Oh, what's that?
Spats.
Vaders?
Yeah,
oh,
spats.
Spats. Oh, classic. I love Scrooge McDuck.
Who doesn't? Anyone else here read the Disney comics about, Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, all those guys from when they were making actual comics?
Of course.
Those are actually good.
Lambhart Gold Duck.
All right, let's see here. All right, so first we'll save that for when we talk about the First Order Stormtroopers. All right, so let's see. Here is Mando.
Degradation of jetpack designs over time.
Good Mandalorian.
I like the
Strong
belt, too.
Mandalorians create good jetpacks.
It's actually a really cool belt buckle that they added on that one.
So I will actually praise new Star Wars with the Mandalorian design of the Mandalorian.
Oh, hey, sweet. They went with, that's the original Jango jet. Oh, that's actually really interesting. It's the Jango Fett jetpack, but it has some of the little greebly bits from the Boba one stuck on it. That's interesting.
What if I told you that it wasn't a new design entirely?
It wasn't?
Have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
Have I heard of
Have we
Life
heard
Day?
of it?
This was
Oh,
Have
that's
you heard of the
the
High
only
Elves?
the only good segment was this animated segment, which was the introduction of Boba Fett, and this is what he looked like. This is pre-Empire Strikes Back, so he has no like live action appearance yet. This was what Boba
actually
Fett
had a
looked
full
like.
cape in this one.
That weapon looked familiar to you.
That's the disintegrating gun.
It's a shame they didn't keep his camel dinosaur, but
Can't have everything in life.
so this I think there were a lot of design cues taken from this for Mando.
I do love a good bandolier.
They really nailed the Old West feel with the cartridge belt slung over the shoulder.
Yeah, didn't the creator say that he wanted the Mandalorian to basically be a space western?
He did.
Maybe. I usually go out of my way to avoid seeing anything that the creators of something say about what they made.
I don't know, the creator for the Mandalorian, he was pretty cool. He did a good job.
But I think it's cool.
We're not
about,
talking about the story or any of
Technology.
that stuff. We're talking about the designs. So
Yeah.
So what I think is cool about this design here is you actually have more armor, like Jango Fett, but you're still achieving the original trilogy like used universe look by the choice of the color
yeah,
and
and
the texture.
they're also different pieces of armor. They're actually not symmetrical. Looking at that, the legs are different,
Hmm.
and then that shoulder slightly more rounded and has an edge to it, while the other one is smooth.
Has a
That's handy.
very, bits and pieces just picked up from wherever.
So it's explicitly a plot point in The Mandalorian that, like, whenever he is able to obtain Beskar steel, he brings it back to their like hideout where the blacksmith forges him a new piece of armor.
Armor of
So
Theseus.
his helmet's Beskar. At a certain point, he gets like a full Beskar torso plate. But yeah, it's literally like scavenged bits of armor that is not as the Beskar bits are awesome. The non-Beskar bits are not as awesome.
Oh, and here's something else. The cheeks are actually sunken in on the Mando helmet instead of being suggested through the use of paint.
Hmm. Then Boba Fett refurbishes his outfit here and here. And I think it's really neat seeing it with like the original paint job. Like it's a little weird at first, but it's kind of cool to see it with a fresh coat of paint on it without all of the chipping and stuff. Just how it like changes the appearance of the armor. It's like the like almost like Hakama style pants or like Pluderhosen. I think looks really cool. Got like old puffy warrior pants. Especially with the actual and the fact that he still has the gambeson, except here it's being worn over top of the plate for the shoulders.
Yeah, it's slightly larger. Like, it almost looks like there's kind of like a fourth layer on that might be the cloth scrunching up there. Still hard to tell.
I think this is a good example of like how to do a good version of an updated character design when you want to change up his look but still like not radically redesign him.
Because you can clearly still see it's Boba Fett, but it is at a glance very different.
Because it's not trying to be like, so as we'll see in a minute when this horror is unleashed, it's not trying to be like Boba Fett, but like we're gonna make him Boba Fett even more than he ever Boba Fetted. We're gonna put even more details and greeblies on him. It's like a step in the
Because
opposite direction.
he actually lost his ornamentation of the Wookiee braid and his little scarf thing. Instead, now he just has that neck piece, which is just more practical.
Yeah, in the words of George Lucas, he's a fattier character than we've ever had.
I will point out, for a lot of the redesigns of classic stuff that happened after Disney bought out Star Wars, a lot of it, I think, can be attributed to the J.J. Abrams rule, which is every time J.J. Abrams been brought in to do something, he makes sure that everything he does is at least 25% different from the original, so it's legally distinct enough that he'll get royalty rights.
Oh.
Which is what Disney did when they made the entire expanded universe non-canon, so that they wouldn't have to worry about intellectual property for previous writers.
Oh, so they weren't just screwing over the fans, they were also shafting all the writers?
Yes. And that could be an explanation for the Boba Fett redesign as well, to make it different. You have to make this original character different so that we don't have to worry about, so that it, Disney copyright law, which is its own thing, but Yeah,
Huh.
anytime you see that's why C-3PO had a red arm in the new films, so they could sell
Literally
action figures.
25% different.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Real life's a funny place, isn't it?
So a lot of design or redesign choices of why would you keep this classic thing but change it, like the X-Wings or the TIE Fighters.
Funny.
Well, you keep them because they're the classic Star Wars look, and then you make them at least 25% different so that you can sell your own action figures and not have to worry about royalties or legal rights.
Hmm.
So yeah, you have to remember that, especially with long-running franchises, it's not just aesthetic choices to tell a story, it's aesthetic choices to navigate copyright law.
Truly, depth's more treacherous than any Kingdom Hearts storyboard.
Now, obviously, good writers and design artists will be able to still make that work. What was that? I swear there was a franchise that existed pretty much because someone was trying to get around copyright law.
Warcraft? I mean, sorry.
Oh, okay, yes. Aside from Warcraft and StarCraft,
Thundercats?
it'll come to me or it won't.
Robotech?
Way off topic. But that's my tangent about the intersection of copyright and aesthetics.
Well, even artists need to eat.
Yeah, it's just one more. You're constrained by the medium you're operating in, which means you're also going to be constrained by budget depending on what that medium is, and then yeah.
And then
law
on the other
too.
end of the spectrum, you've got the Hasbro phenomenon where they make the shows to sell the toys.
So you have to design things that make good toys.
Or you design the toys first and then figure out how to make them look good and on screen.
Which is why
It reminds me of it. Oh, go ahead.
That's why all the main character Gundams in the original show are brightly colored, but all the bad guys have like normal looking military colors.
Yeah, it makes me reminds me of, I think we were discussing this a little while back about you know, when someone's designing a character for a video game, is this what kind of is it 2D sprite artwork? Is it 3D models? Is it
And then
it's like what are they going to be in really? Because that's going to determine a lot of how you make the character look, right? Are you
shooter
like,
versus RTS is its own.
yeah, versus RTS? Are you doing like what Arknights does? You turn them into little small chibis, right? Versus turning them into these full 3D models, which imposes different design constraints.
Yep. There's a spiritual successor to Warcraft or StarCraft coming out called Stormgate, I believe. I haven't been following it as closely, but honestly, it looks like they've made a mistake with a lot of their designs in that they're too detailed, but when you view it from scrolled all the way out, which is how you're usually going to play an RTS, it just looks kind of like a blob. You don't really get to see all of the little details.
Oh yeah, I see
That's
what you mean.
something like Brood War. So here, I don't know if you're going to bring those ones up or not, but this is a good example of a character that's meant to be in 3D. Or, well, is in 3D, I should say.
This is Dante, right?
This is our boy Dante. This is actually a really fun one because it dovetails a little bit into the Kamen Rider stuff. He actually wears the costume and does the stunts in them. There's YouTube footage of this from like 2004 when they were making this. And of course, you've also got the 3D render.
Hang on, I might save these for a minute till we wrap up Boba Fett.
Oh, sure.
What I just dropped on here. Actually, this only got one more thing to drop. Two more things. This was the Macquarie concept art for Boba Fett back when the story idea was that he was basically a rogue stormtrooper that ran off to become a mercenary. Hence why he's got the all-white outfit.
Yeah, I think it would have been good if they threw a bit of black in, like on the stormtroopers, just to break it up. Because as it stands, having just one gradient of white kind of makes it all blend together a bit too much.
What this reminds me of, like, this feels almost like if you were trying to do some like Cold War sci-fi, because to me, like, the all-white makes it look a lot like real-world astronaut suits.
I say that looks like a moon landing spacesuit 50 years on with armor bolted onto it. Which, do we have a picture of the Sardaukar in the new Dune?
Oh yeah.
Because that's a good example of the spacesuit look done right, as opposed to... So, as a movie, I prefer the David Lynch Dune, but the trash bag Sardaukar are not a good look.
I like how they updated that look for the Harkonnens in Part 2.
And for those who have not seen the David Lynch Dune, the elite terror troops of the Emperor, the Sardaukar, are quite literally dressed in trash bags.
Well, I mean, if you're going for like a we're taking out the trash kind of vibe, you know.
But you are the trash that they're taking out.
That is too small. That'll work.
Because the Sardaukar and the new Dune have this spacesuit look going on, which is rather cool.
I don't like spacesuit orca.
It's a good way of putting it. Ooh, we could do another stream entirely on Lord of the Rings aesthetics.
And yeah, here he breaks up the design a little with some dark patches, as well as the entire helmet being a very good point of interest. Yeah, there's a certain shade of white that, like, when you use that shade of white in sci-fi, it immediately kind of like calls to mind real world space stuff.
Yep.
Like that.
Yeah, I like this design.
That white look, but like also like the way the lighting hits it.
Yeah.
It's a good look. But I like their like Tonto like swords as well.
Also fits in with the Dune lore of shield belts, making basically very long knives the best weapon for any situation.
Yeah, it's cool to see them having to make like different variations of knives.
Like a world in which the dirk is the primary weapon.
So, what I first started searching for here, it was another cool example of going of shift in vibe from prequel to sequel. This is one of my favorite ships from the prequels.
Where is it?
Nebula Starfighter is really good.
Here's what it looks like now. I also really like how they did it in The Mandalorian. Because they managed to take the design. Yes, it's 25% different now that you've pointed that out, and I can look for it. But by stripping off the paneling and adding like the the big aggressive looking machine guns to the front. Like this fits in more with the like World War II planes in space vibe of the original trilogy.
I don't like it. Specifically, the bit where they strip the paneling off of the jet engines, which
It defeats the purpose, don't it?
You do kind of need to keep the hot air contained.
Yeah, that just looks like it's going.
I can see your Pratt and Whitney's. I can see too much.
Yeah. The bodywork, fine, but stripping the paneling off of the jet engines is impractical.
I do wonder how it works.
Poorly, if at all, I should imagine.
I like the what I like on this is the guns on the front here.
I like the scorpion tail look that it's got going.
I like the ribbing, like the exposed ribbing as well.
Yeah, like the body's fine. It's the engines that I don't like.
They just put the panels on and like left it as like the big open intake.
Yeah, I'm fine with the open intakes. It's just...
I mean, that would beg the question of what exactly the jet engines are intaking in space, but I suppose that's going a little too far afield.
Well, it's also meant to be an atmospheric interceptor.
I suppose. So one of those details you don't really need to know is like how do the Star Wars engines actually work? It's not important.
Yeah,
but I do know they need to. I don't know. Yeah, what does the incredible cross sections book look like for this?
It's one of those things where, like with Lord of the Rings, if you made it completely realistic, it would be unspeakably boring. So it looks cool. That's all we need to know. Yeah, within reason. Like not taking, like not having your engines exposed to the elements, which is not a good design feature.
I love how sleek this thing looks.
Yeah. Prequel ship designs were good. My personal favorite's the Arc 170.
I had a very cool model of this one as a kid that was made out of die-cast metal. So
I think I know the one you mean.
The shiny bits were actually shiny.
It was also fun in the... there were some video games where you could unlock it as a secret vehicle.
Yeah.
Nintendo.
Actually, Rogue Squadron, the first, which is of course based off of the original trilogy, it came out a few months before Episode 1. You know, so they actually had the Naboo Starfighter as an unlockable, as like an Easter egg. So that was actually its first media appearance was actually Rogue Squadron 1 on the N64.
Classic video game, by the way.
One of those fun things where it's like, that doesn't happen very often, does it?
Oh, and Star Wars Pod Racer.
Pod Racer was also good. Was it in Pod Racer?
No, it wasn't in Pod Racer. I was just thinking classic
Star
Wars N64 games.
All right. Let's see.
Droids or stormtroopers? / clone.
I'd say probably stormtroopers because this isn't really a droid stream. I just enjoy droids, but
all right.
Let's see. Did we come up with any rules we hadn't written down yet from this discussion?
Detail sports design. I'm kind of like rolling something around in my head. Let me see if this makes any sense. Is like the design maybe is kind of like what is this? It's a character or a vehicle or something. What is it for? And does it serve its purpose well in that regard? Like you can tell the stormtroopers are the baddies, right?
What is the arete of the design?
That's that's a $10 word. Does it function for what you're using them for? Is kind of what I'm getting at, right? So
Here, I'm actually going to rearrange the order of these rules so they flow into each other better. Even
I'm
if
sure we
came
could
up
word
to
that
them in the
better,
other order.
but like
The detail supports design. Design supports character / world building.
or yeah, like not even necessarily from that perspective. Like I'm talking in like the medium itself. So Star
Related.
Wars being the film, like
Somewhat
you should be
related
able
to the
to
point.
you should be able to tell like who's who, really simply, right? And it's not like, oh, I have to. Well, my Discord crashed. Oh,
Design supports
Oh,
can you hear me?
story. I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, that's weird. Well, it's frozen on my computer, but apparently it's still working. Or if it's like a video game, you know, there's certain rules. It's not as big of a deal these days with the graphics being a little bit better, but you know, especially when you're back on like the more limited things of like the PS2 days and earlier on, can you like see your character easily on the screen is actually a consideration. This is why Mario is red. This is why Link is green. They have, of
Primary
course,
colors.
their roots are in the 8-bit days, but even stuff that comes a little bit later, I think, is you know, it makes sense. I think it helps. To illustrate my point, there's one I just attached one that looked kind of like a. You could tell it's a video game screenshot. Perhaps this can show chat a little bit what I mean here.
This meme. Oh wait, hang on. A bunch of it just dropped. We have a good meme, and then this is a
The ones about that.
DMC screenshot.
Yeah,
DMC3.
DMC3.
Yep.
Truly one of the games of all time.
Also, something I'm noticing. It seems like everything we've shown so far has basically been one of the three primary colors, black or white, for the primary, or for the main color.
So I think you can kind of tell here who's who, right? And even on PS2 graphics.
Let's see. We have a guy in dark red, and then a guy in dark blue with some red-orange trim on the inside.
So they went for the opposite color vibe here. These are spoilers. They're twins, and not only do they dress them in different colors, they didn't even use the same weapons. Right? This is so when you're on PS2 graphics, in 480p or whatever, and there's stuff flying all over the place, and it's very fast paced. You can see your character, and you can see the other guy too, right? It's one of those things where, given the limitations of the era, you have to make your characters look a certain way. And I attached also some of the 3D renders that they did,
So,
which could be illustrative.
Miguel de la Torre brings up a good point that the Naboo starfighter design is also shiny because it's indicative of their role as the escort craft for the Queen's flagship.
Yeah, well, Naboo didn't even have a standing army. It was the security force, is what their guys were called. So they weren't even really meant for proper combat. Or the reason why the Trade Federation took over so easily as well.
Yeah, that era of the Republic, there's a lot of systems that didn't really have standing armies.
Which, again, bringing it back to aesthetics, it does look like a modified police interceptor, basically.
Yeah, it's definitely like they lean into the style of it. Like obviously it's a starfighter, but
It exists
which
to pull
is-
over drug runners in space.
and it's meant to, I think, also impress sort of upon a person who would see it. Like this is, the authority of Naboo in this situation.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Which
does.
the Naboo security forces look like, well, cops, basically.
Yeah,
Sure,
even
'cause
their
you'll-
hats kind of look like police hats.
Where'd it go? Because you'll also notice like all the weapon systems are internally contained. So it's not like the X-Wing where it's like, hey, look, I have 4 massive cannons on the end of my wings. Like, I am built for war. this thing's like the guns are internal, so you just have the little ports where the barrels can fire from. And then the torpedo launcher, I forget, does it pop out of the bottom?
It's dorsal. It just kind of comes out of
There's
a hole
a-
in the bottom.
Yeah, there's a little hole, and I think it usually has a slit over it when it's not firing.
Okay. I'm thinking of the Lego version, which does not have the internal components, but I'm
So I'm getting a wonderful visual image from chat here. The Mall Cop Segway Starfighter.
little fancier than a Segway.
little sleeker looking.
They spent this is for a government. They're just gonna spend a little more money. There's some more chrome, right? The chrome is really what tells you that this is like serious.
Something now that I've pulled this up again that I didn't notice before, but the droid is actually incorporated into the design in a pretty necessary way. Like, imagine there's no droid there, right? Now it looks a little
Right.
weird because it needs to have
Well,
the
now there's a can of
stair
paint on
step.
it.
Yeah, the stair step has to that you start here, right? Here, stair step up. If there's no droid, then it just looks weirdly flat. So you either have to have a droid or like an actual like dorsal fin coming off the top for your eye to be satisfied with like, and I look here and here and here, and okay, my eye is satisfied.
This is the Naboo security speeder as well. Just a very sleek, one single gun, nothing crazy.
I thought this thing looked cool as a kid.
The Lego set
Actually,
for this thing was awesome.
I still
It was
think
one
it
of my
looks
favorites.
cool.
If we have we brought up the color gradient? Like, it's not solid chrome, it's not solid yellow. There's that demarcation, which provides a nice little contrast.
And it's a nice clean demarcation too. And then
One might also presume that the front with the chrome may be somewhat armored.
That would make sense.
and they
Have
throw
slightly better
just
plating
a
up front.
little bit of yellow here out on the front to break up the chrome on the engine, and to tie it back here where they break up the yellow with the exhaust.
A little blue Corona.
Oh, thrusty boys.
Yeah, that was one of the weird things about the Mandalorian version of this, where it has like the jet engines up front versus these, which were supposed to be self-contained reactors, which obviously wouldn't have a turbine intaking air. I know that. Yeah, that design does confuse me a little bit.
Yeah. Again, if you take out the engines, the Mandalorian design is fine. Add the engines in, and it just, I don't think it works.
All right.
And then, yeah, I posted a meme in the chat
yeah.
about.
I'm gonna put this up for a minute. I gotta go make a bio break real quick, so I'll be right back while you guys ponder the meme.
Why does the good guy army shoot bananas?
That's what I was wondering. Why are their guns bananas?
Yeah, at least the bad guy has a bayonet.
Yeah, here's a problem with a lot of modern design aesthetics where the quote-unquote good guys just look
Stupid.
generic and bland.
Idiotic, dumb.
Yeah, actually, modern Star Wars is a good example of this, where the Resistance, I can't actually think of a single unified design aesthetic that they had.
That's the weirdest thing, because the Rebels in the original trilogy had uniforms.
Thank you. I was
And in
about
fact,
to talk
their
about that.
The Hoth Winterize uniform is actually amazing, and their Endor uniforms are also amazing.
Honestly, just the regular Rebel uniforms with the blue and brown thing. It looks fine.
I also like their helmets.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah, so-
perfectly fine. And then
That was
you
so
get
weird,
the
where everybody's like-
Resistance, and it's... Can anyone actually name anything that the Resistance wore that resembled a uniform?
Not a single one. Aside from, well, I guess the pilot jumpsuits are technically the closest you would get.
In the X-Wings?
Yeah, they had I'm pretty sure they had jumpsuits.
Weren't those just the same as the previous one, but 25% different?
Well, yeah, but you're saying that is one aspect
Okay,
that is
fine.
still a uniform.
Fine, yeah, but
They got rid of all the infantry uniforms.
exactly.
And also the officer uniforms, like the Grand Admiral purple hair, who had just a brown dress instead of an actual uniform.
Oh yeah, Admiral Potato Sack,
I don't actually remember her name.
which, yeah, compare that to Admiral Akbar in Episode 6, who actually wore a uniform, and so did the bridge crew.
Oh yeah, I guess Akbar wore a uniform, but he died.
Yeah. Whereas the First Order, okay, I hate the Stormtrooper uniforms for reasons that I'll explain when it comes on screen. The officer uniforms didn't look terrible.
Yeah, the officer uniforms are actually pretty nice. They had good hats.
Yeah, a bit too. I saw a review describe it as they were a bit too chic for my taste, but there was something there at least. But yeah, the meme shows, a problem is that the supposed good guys just look bland and generic because, well, I guess that looking cool is what the bad guys are supposed to do.
You look too cool. You
Well,
might
to be
a
fair,
bad
it is.
guy.
You don't want to defeat an enemy that looks like a bunch of losers. You want to defeat an enemy that's badass because that makes you feel badass.
Yes, but you should look badass while you do it.
Well, I'm not saying that. That is true. I'm just saying, like, you want to defeat guys that look cool.
Funny, there were some
Well,
guys
that's
in
the
real
reason why
life that
the-
pulled off the short shorts look, but not these guys.
Okay, we're not touching that with a 45-foot pole.
Also, David, speaking of what you're talking about, that's one of the reasons why I like the prequels so much. The clone army is obviously amazing, and then the droid army is obviously amazing as well.
Right. Oh, you know another setting that does both sides look good? Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Everybody's very sharply dressed in that series.
Like, the good guys actually have, well, there is no good guy, but the Empire actually has the skull-faced stormtrooper look, and we see the face underneath it. So it humanizes them instead of dehumanizing them, which is what usually happens with the skull-faced stormtrooper look. And the Free Planets Alliance has the, democracy that doesn't look nearly as cool as the Kaiserreich look, but it still looks pretty cool. Like, it's a proper uniform. I wouldn't hate wearing it if I had to. And the ships, both of the ship designs look cool, and they're visually distinct.
I have to say
See if I can find what I'm...
like Yang Wenli's uniform looks pretty comfy, honestly.
There's a nice little gang in the file dump.
The cravat is a nice bit there.
He's got the drip, as the kids say.
Yeah, that looks pretty comfy. I like the little ribbon metal on the side too.
And of course, he's accompanied by some very nice khaki pants, which we cannot see in this photo, but
Dude, where'd the other pictures just go?
Let's see if I can find good shot to illustrate the point.
Dang it, I had found a really good picture. And
Also,
okay.
Legend
I
of the
was on the
Galactic
wrong
Heroes,
browser.
just good in general.
also true. Oh yeah, the shock trooper armor is pretty neat.
Hmm. I like how the arms are drawn to look more like medieval armor. since it is for medieval weapons.
So of course these are also built for zero G, zero environments. So that's why they've got the gas mask and everything, and they can like have oxygen and such.
Are those also, because I've only seen a few of the porting actions on the show, do those ports in the armor allow them to like vent stuff to move?
I don't know if I saw that. I think there are some with them having like jetpacks. But I think those are mostly, I don't know, just for looks.
This one's not bad to illustrate the point.
But the armor's pretty well articulated. And if one wonders why they might be fighting space battles with literal axes, there are reasons for this.
Okay, yes, there's an in-universe justification, but the real reason is it's cool,
Yes.
which is perfectly acceptable. It's why we have, well, flaming sword duels in Star Wars, because it's cool.
Here we go. I do like how blatantly they're just like, you know what looked cool in Star Wars? Orange jumpsuits. Stormtroopers.
I think there may have been a bit of influence, don't you say?
It does make it easier to spot if you have to eject in space.
Yes, as opposed to United States Navy camo in the modern era, which is designed to make it hard to spot if you go overboard.
I think they've all transitioned over to the guacaflage at this point, but I really question who was like, yes, blue camouflage.
For sailors. Because, it's so important to sneak up on the enemy in the middle of the ocean on foot. Yeah, and in the background you can see the Imperial and Alliance ships. Again, different aesthetics, both pretty cool. It is baffling, though, why the good guys in so many pieces of media just look bland.
Yeah.
You're supposed to root for them, make them look cool.
Dude, even the bad guys look cool even in things where you're like, they're not even like the main focus, but like the of course now I can't find the good pictures. Even in something where like they're not meant to be like this iconic bad guy that is like memorable, they still end up like doing some great design work with them that then makes you go back and be like, wait, why do the bad guys still look so cool? All right, I think
Anything in particular?
I'm thinking of something in particular that I was hoping to be able to find an actual still from the film for. Okay, here. Search engines
Is
really
it
are
that
getting
George
worse.
Lucas fantasy thing?
No, though I do. Willow is a very fun movie.
This one.
Should watch it again soon. Come on. Why? There can't be that many pictures that are not relevant. Just show me stills from the film. Here we go. Tell me this is not an awesome costume.
It looks like a 18th century grenadier mixed with a samurai.
Do you want to guess
Wow.
what? Do you want to guess what movie it's from?
I
movie.
couldn't even guess.
This is a Winky from The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Never would have guessed that.
Wait, the flying monkeys?
No, these are the Queen's Guards that do the chant at the gate. You know, they're in like all of 2 scenes.
I don't remember that at all.
But they go like exactly. They're not a focus of the film at all, and yet some costume designer was like, "I'm going to go hard with this and make some badass-looking goblin soldiers for the 2 brief scenes they will appear in."
To be fair, though, those are some pretty scary goblin guys.
Huh.
Look at that weapon too.
Like a artisan glaive guisar bill hook.
I think this is one area where you can the purpose here, right? Wizard of Oz is not a movie about military tactics or combat by any means. So here in this like fairy tale setting, this is a case where the purpose of the spear is to look scary. So even if this design would fall apart if we started analyzing it as an actual historical weapon, I think it's a good design because it serves the purpose of looking like a big scary goblin weapon for a big scary goblin.
No, there are actual historical weapons that looked like that.
Like with all this many curves and everything?
Yep.
Oh. Even better.
Were they perchance terror weapons?
The hooks
No,
are
like
mostly
the
for
whole
dragging
point
dudes
of the
off of
hooks is to
horses.
drag people off of horseback.
Oh, you're talking that kind of thing. Okay.
This
Yep.
one, you can open bottles with this one. You can open cans with this part.
Like the bits sticking out on top are usually for catching or hooking stuff. So, but some of it's
I mean, you
decorative,
could put
some
this
of
thing over like a fireplace and hang a pot off of one of those hooks and cook. You know, it's a multi-purpose tool.
Swiss Army spear.
Yep. All right.
All right. Well,
Stormtroopers.
stormtroopers. Right.
Stormtroopers.
Stormtrooper.
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 Helldiver.
Do we want to look at Nomura Boba Fett or just leave our sanity
No.
intact? Okay.
Don't torment Martel any more than we already have.
All right. Stormtrooper.
Also, the Nomura Boba Fett isn't actually terrible. It's just more sharp and angular version of Boba Fett. So,
All right. We have
It-
the classic.
Oh yeah, the E11 blaster rifle.
Have this thing.
the Eye Stormtrooper.
Are you talking like Apple version?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, Apple was brought in to consult and they created the Eye Trooper.
They weren't actually, were they?
Why is my blaster not of a lightning port yet?
For all I know, they actually were, but
The stormtroopers have to buy their own reloading apparatus.
It's proprietary.
uses a completely different charging port from everything else in the galaxy.
And then let's see. I think Kuroris had the good clone trooper pictures.
There's a bit of a mix in there. I deleted the ones that were actual artwork, so all of those are good to use.
Okay. Where is?
Man, they have a lot of variants for this stuff.
Where's just a good phase one?
I posted 3 different ones from Battlefront, so there's a base variant in there. Not terribly high res, but this was 2007.
Hang on, I bet I can find you something.
Here we go. Oh, should we just grab Captain Rex, or is that cheating?
That's cheating. It should be the base model.
I don't know why this one doesn't have a blaster, but so let us look at the armor.
Here, I got a pretty good phase 1, no color or any of that. This is just the base Kamino and Trooper.
Oh,
And it
yeah,
has
that's a
his
good one.
DC 11. Yep.
Oh, this is going to be a big one.
I could try and find something smaller.
No, it's all
So
right.
it's funny,
He's a
but
master of resizing.
we started this by ragging on Nomura for just being noise upon visual noise. And now I'm going to rag on whoever Disney had designed their Stormtrooper outfit for being nothing.
Not
Just-
noisy
So there's
enough.
not enough noise. Yeah.
Smooth, sleek, white, nothing there.
They even
So
lost
we
the
can hit
texture of the
Both
joints.
ends of the equation.
Hang on, I gotta crop this thing somehow. Running out of space.
It's like if you had a committee design a Stormtrooper outfit. Like the original Stormtrooper design sets the tone. And then the same designer does something for the prequels and makes the clone troopers, and then someone else completely different sits down and it's like, okay, we're making a Star Wars film. We need to have stormtroopers in there. But we also need to make the stormtroopers look different to set our films apart. So what goes into a stormtrooper? It's like the skull-shaped helmet, the color palette, the belt, the E11, the breastplate, and then the lower belly plate, whatever you want to call it.
It just makes me. I get this thing just keeps coming back into my head. Walmart Stormtrooper.
That's another good one. I like iTrooper more, but it's too sleek. It's too modern. It's been everything that gave the original design personality has been removed.
You're taking something that was already designed to be a faceless mook. You talk about removing the personality from that.
Yeah.
Which you're not wrong. There is a lot of personality in the original Stormtrooper. I think that's part of why it's such an iconic design.
Oh, and also the breastplate is flat. Which is not great armor design when you have a hard piece of armor.
Even his blaster looks a little bit anemic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pathetic.
Well,
Like
and
the OG Stormtroopers have like SMGs.
they
This
added.
guy's got like a 22.
This guy's got the Glockaroni.
Also, I don't know if you've ever taken a look at that thing, but so you know how there's a folding stock on the Stormtrooper's blaster?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So somebody saw that and they didn't actually realize that that was a stock. Because as you can see, that looks like there's a stock attached to that. It even has like a little bit that looks like it should fold out, but that's actually a flashlight. I know because I actually have the toy model, and
Wait, that's a flashlight?
What?
you see that little glass bit on the end?
Excuse me,
That's
what?
a flashlight. No, this threw me off so much.
Wait a
'cause I
second,
was
is that
looking
not the
at
mag sticking out in front of it?
No, the mag's there on the side on the right.
So they didn't understand what the folding stock was, but they were just
No,
like,
they
"What?
did not
It
know that was a
has
stock.
it has a thing on the front."
Yeah, so they put a flashlight on, and you can actually see them use it as a flashlight in the movies.
Wow.
And yeah, it's the weirdest thing because it has the stock texture where it has a little bit that would normally fold out and go against your shoulder, but it's actually one solid piece. So they straight up did not understand what this gun was.
So they use the original as a design reference without actually understanding. Wow. That's sad.
This is how things become shaped like themselves.
See,
So yeah,
also
I always wanted to tell
designed by
somebody
committee.
this. I've never got to tell anybody this because nobody cares enough about Star Wars blasters, but now I have told you guys, so congrats.
If we were to compare this to the Clone Trooper Mark One, he's got this big, huge rifle. It's got this like full-sized, butt to it.
Yep. Also shows the difference in role between clone troopers and stormtroopers, which is stormtroopers, as they're shown in the original films, are the shipboard troops. They're meant to board and hold, ships.
So it is worth noting the DC-15 does actually have a folding stock as well, and is kind of the precursor of this. Hang on, I got a picture of it.
Hang on.
Does the Disney version make it into a flashlight?
So this
It has an actual stock.
This gets even worse, though, right? If there's no folding stock on this blaster, why does it have an optic that is not anything more than a reflex sight?
It has an even bigger optic. The optic on that is actually bigger than on the base version. Like, it has a full-on scope.
So they're expecting to use the... Well, I mean, I guess if there's no recoil, you could do it, but...
No, there is recoil, because these are plasma rounds. That's why they bounce with fire. They've always had recoil.
They're not
Plasma
actually laser
recoil.
guns.
They're not... Yeah, no, they're plasma weapons, not laser weapons, so they do have recoil.
I guess railguns have recoil, so... Okay. Yeah, but this design is...
It's atrocious. I
also start to get this feeling of you go from left to right. You're going from a war-fighting army, that actually fought a galactic-sized civil war against a, similarly powerful opponent, which was the Confederacy.
Right.
And then it goes into the garrison sort of /terror /enforcement troops into whatever you've got on the right, which is just like the Walmart security guards.
That's what happens when you let the military procurement side of things run the actual military procurement.
Here's a better look at the grip there. So it clearly is modeled off of the folding stock and everything, because that's not how you would design a grip, but they didn't know it wasn't a grip, so they have literally turned a folding stock into a grip as a fused unit. And then there's just a flashlight. There's a flashlight. Yeah, there's a flashlight where it used to be, because they're like, well, we could put something there.
It just keeps getting worse.
So, okay. All right, here's what I've been looking at. So, on the Stormtrooper, right, each of these boxes on the belt, that's like, one's got the grappling hook. I'm sure most of them are spare reloads, probably miniaturized food or whatnot, but right, each of those contains something. And then...
You've even got the IFAK on the back.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's a green thermal detonator.
Yeah, it's a little grenade. It's only ever used, I think, like twice in the entire series.
And then you got these little dangly bits off there that those might purely just be some armor, but like then you come over here and it's like what do these do? Like right here, they're not on the belt. They don't look like they hold anything. They're just extra material on top of the cod piece.
Designed by a committee that didn't understand the original.
So for fun, there's also an MP44.
Love the MP44.
That's an STG-44.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, same idea.
Oh, yeah. That's the assault rifle, the MP40.
I think an MP43. What am I thinking here?
42.
You're not just thinking of the MP40?
Forgive me for not being totally... Oh, I'm thinking of the MP40. I'm an idiot. Yeah.
Oh, that's one of my favorite guns ever. Love the MP40.
I'm mixing up my World War II firearms. Sue me.
I mean, if we're going to compare the Stormtrooper's gun to any World War II gun, it's more like a Sten.
Well, isn't it
or maybe an
literally
Owens.
the Sten?
Perhaps,
Yeah,
but
I was
I
gonna
think I'm
say
seeing
they're-
some similar design vibes there.
Yeah, I want to say the
because part of the
props
reason
were
why
built
they-
off of the
They used actual World War II firearms because there was such a surplus at the time. That's why Han Solo's is a cut-up Mauser. Or Luger? No, I think it was a Mauser.
In fairness, the magazine forward of the trigger pistol look is pretty cool.
Mhm. I think the side-loading stick mag looks awesome.
Also, just to compare helmets,
There you go. So this is. All right, take a look at this. This is the Sterling machine gun with its stock folded.
Oh,
Looks
I
pretty
see.
similar.
Yeah. Okay,
It, has
that's
a,
it.
it also has a side-folding magazine. There you go.
Yeah, that there you go.
I bet they didn't think of turning that into a flashlight.
I'm just imagining going back to World War II and throwing anyone fighting in their Picatinny rails and 5 million attachments from the War on Terror, and it's just, you've done what with guns?
Made them into Legos.
Like, what are Legos?
It's a Lego.
You see, we're going to invent this really cool thing called plastic.
They had plastic back then.
They had rubber. Plastic, it's a more modern invention.
Well, using it in everything is more modern, but heck, plastic's been around since Roman times. True story. Roman guy invented plastic, made some cups out of it, showed it to the Roman emperor, and the Roman emperor was apparently so terrified by it that he ordered the man executed on the spot.
He was saving the environment.
All of the knowledge was lost with him. But yeah, looking at helmets, Clone Trooper, it's a Corinthian helmet with a crest. It looks cool.
So good. And the crest actually has a feature for it. That's actually where the communication device is stored for the antenna.
Nice.
So the crest
Stormtrooper,
is
it clearly started life as a Clone Trooper helmet. You've even got the little, like, gill stuff where the nose would be, and on the sides. But they decided to make it look like a skull for the intimidation value. But you've also got rebreather package, quite obviously, so it also serves as a gas mask, and like it looks like a skull, but you can also see where everything has a function on the helmet.
Oh, while we're
so
on that, let me grab another picture.
Just real quick to wrap up the eye trooper, again, you had a committee sit down, look at the stormtrooper, go, okay, but how can we bring this into the modern era? And they just remove everything that actually made it look cool. It looks sort of like a stormtrooper helmet if you squint and look at it from an angle, but it doesn't really look like a skull anymore. And it doesn't look like any helmet, really, either.
Since you're talking about the transitioning between armor, I put the Phase 2 Clone Trooper in there as well, which is kind of the midway point between the base Clone Trooper design and the Stormtrooper.
Let me grab that in a minute. I'm trying to. Oh no! I hope I didn't just crash my computer.
Yeah, but again, both the Clone Trooper and the Stormtrooper armor has texture. You can see the chest plate is taped on the Stormtrooper. That looks like stylized pecs on the Clone Trooper. And the Eye Trooper just has those little black dots on the right side of the plate, which I don't even know what those are supposed to do.
Well, it's to mimic the random bars that they used to put on everything to indicate, like, ranks, but they don't actually know what ranks mean, so they just think that they're random bars. Not even joking, that's actually their thought process.
Or
yeah, that would make sense.
They're like, the other Stormtrooper had, like, the original had markings down on the torso armor, so we'll put our markings up here, but not like it's actually, like, inventing anything.
Yeah, the original Stormtrooper stuff, that looks like I don't know what it could be for, but it looks like a piece of kit. Like the dots look like they're for something, whereas on the Eye Trooper, the dots are just there. They're not attached to anything.
If I had to guess, because I do not have a visual dictionary handy, if I were just trying to look at this and interpret what that is, that could be comms controls. Since their communication is built into their helmet, this could be a quick way to, like, change frequencies. Just reach over to your belly, push your belly button.
Makes as much sense as anything.
Yeah, I know on the clone, you can actually see it there in that picture there on that right arm. They had their little comm link on their wrist. Those little dots right there, they actually use those in the Ambade series to talk through them.
Much more sensible place to put it than the belly.
Clone Trooper armor is very nice, I like it.
Yeah. As pointed out earlier, the belts, well, the Clone Trooper belt makes perfect sense. Those are pouches. Those are obviously pouches.
Oh, and a neat detail, the Clone Trooper Phase 1 through Phase 2 actually does have those little dots on the belly. They're just a lot smaller and more concentrated.
Oh,
So they actually kept that design element through all 3 phases. That's
So they
actually
do.
really cool. I never noticed that.
Hefty.
Which spot? Sorry, I was
Uh,
trying to figure out why my computer's acting weird.
So those little black dots around the belly that we were talking about, if you look at the Phase 1, he has them on the upper half. And if you look at the Phase 3 in Discord, he actually has it all the way down. To kind of mimic the Stormtrooper.
I'll pull it in a minute once I figure out why my... Trying to make sure that my browser, one of my browsers breaking is not going to unravel things down the road. It makes that weird like alert sound whenever I try to do something with it, but I can't figure out what window it's like trying to tell me I need to interact with. Definitely had more tabs than this open before. Alright, we're gonna end its task. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, I got the Phase 2 Trooper. And another thing in the visual evolution of the armor.
Oh, interestingly, they actually lose their articulated knee pads going from clone to Stormtrooper. They become tied into the greave. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a
Might all-
couple subtle changes that occur in the move to boarding troops. Because if you're going into like a kneeling fighting position and you are right-handed, then you're gonna have that left leg up, so you want more armor there when you're kneeling that will always remain upright.
That's really cool.
You notice they also expanded the shoulder coverage on the Stormtrooper compared to the Clone Trooper.
Yeah, the shoulder pads became bigger over time.
They're probably doing less running. They're not
Yeah.
as often planet side.
And it might just be the angle of the picture here, but it also looks like they did more of like a swimmer's cut on the torso armor to allow for greater range of motion in the arms.
Yeah, that is definitely more thin.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of how, since the
And then
G-Walk
what's weird-
started, armor's evolved so that...
Meanwhile, the Eye Stormtrooper somehow lost all of the arm space. Goes all the way
how
out to the
does-
shoulder pad.
How does he move?
That's awful.
You see that
I don't think he does.
there is a cut here.
He's-
There's a line you can see here, so potentially there is some articulation built into the torso armor, but it's actually
Looks really uncomfortable.
way worse looking. Yeah, like, and these were practical costumes, so somebody managed to wear
Oh
them.
no, these were real. They were wearing them.
Like you can see here, even the Stormtrooper, like the side of the armor here, like there's a lot of room there to like kind of flex and move the torso within. I mean, because presumably these guys need to be able to use the same grappling hooks that Luke used.
It's kind of funny because looking at the groin area on the Eye Trooper, there's actually a lot more space down there. Like that's way more exposed than
Yeah,
any of the other ones.
His femoral's right there.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you want to be protecting for sure. If you cut that, you die.
Yeah, like if you're trying to create more mobility there, if anything, drop the cod piece unless you're really worried about IEDs.
Like, yeah, the change in the Eye Troopers crotch area, you're not actually adding any more range of motion, and you're taking away armor.
Yeah. It actually. Oh gosh. I hadn't even looked at the knees yet.
Oh no! Oh, put it down. Put it back down.
Wow!
Put it back down.
Look at the ankles too.
Hey,
Like,
at least his ankles are safe.
I would love to talk with an actor who had to wear
my
that.
God.
Just how did it feel to
fantastic.
put that on?
Well, so in the movies, they didn't have a lot of. They didn't like dynamically move a lot. They mostly stood around and got blasted. So I don't think they did move a whole lot. Oh my gosh, that's
Okay,
horrifying.
I can't look at those knees anymore.
That's bad.
That is definitively not arrow proof.
Yeah, Ewoks can kill these guys all day.
Okay, but so are those knees better or worse than the stock that became a flashlight?
Better. They're at least
Better, but
they're at least knee pads, kind of. They at least understand that they're supposed to be knee pads, even if they don't understand what makes good knee pads.
you ever see those attempts at uniform pants with knee pads integrated into the knees?
Yeah,
That's what this reminds me of.
except those actually work. Like the actual like combat pants and stuff, like they actually work.
Very uncomfortable, though. Anyway.
I've got the
Yeah,
pair
no,
the pair I have don't have rigid. They've got soft knee pads built in, but I digress. Let's make some room for the
So
other.
if I could just make a real quick point about the difference between the Stormtrooper and the Clone Trooper. It actually reminds me of how, since the start of the GWAT, we've been seeing troops using less and less armor because they would rather be mobile.
Hmm.
Like, we started out with... it's like how we've gone from the Stahlhelm design to that... What's the name of that Special Forces helmet design? The really tight to your head, cut down thing.
So most people call them high cuts. I think the technical term is OTH or over the ear.
Either way, the emphasis has gradually shifted to being more mobile, slightly less armored, which kind of fits in with the Stormtroopers' designated role as the Special Forces boarding units.
And the real reason for the high cut is it's meant to be worn with comms gear. So like if you're wearing it without comms gear on, then you're just sacrificing protection for not a whole lot.
Right. Although isn't it supposed to stay in place when you're using optics?
Oh yeah, the internal harnessing system is way better, but that's something that I imagine you could have also like engineered back into like the classic helmet. But yeah, having the tightening band on the back is money.
Yeah. Anywho.
Yeah, way more comfortable. Anywho, I had one more guy to drop here into the. Okay, so we got phase 1, phase 2. Do you want to grab phase 3?
I think
This
phase
is
2.
All right.
Yep, phase 2 is basically phase 3.
Here's something interesting that Solo gave us.
Imperial Army.
So this is
I also
Imperial
have
Army.
another picture on there.
What I like about this is
Man, I love that armor.
I
It
mostly
looks like
like
a Helldivers set. That was a cape.
what I like
So
about this
there is. Go ahead, Miliardo.
is how you can see how like all the pieces that are individual components that are easy to replace for the Imperial Army, right? Like, oh, this dude messed up his goggles, give him a new pair. He lost his gas mask, we can replace that, helmet, etc. Like all
Right.
these same features are then built into, the state of the art, one cool piece of gear that does it all for stormtroopers.
It's all modular, essentially.
There is one thing that I don't like about this armor set, and one thing only, because everything else, I like. It fits in with just Imperial Army. It's mass-produced. They're not as important as the stormtroopers in terms of budget, but you need a lot of it. Why does he have 2 belts?
I thought that was going to be
More
your point
storage.
of contention.
No Mura.
His cold hand reaches through the void.
Not my fault. He
Putting-
broke it after hours and drew the belts on there.
He's putting belts on everything.
So why does he have 2 belts?
It's just more
Twice the
storage.
And
My powers have doubled since last we met.
and it's like the eye trooper belt. Those things are too thin to actually be pouches.
Let's say I wear 2 belts, but I have reasons for that, and they don't look like that.
Yeah, there's no way that you're going to be able to actually fit anything in there. So they're just fancy buckles, in which case you're back to wearing 2 belts with 5 buckles apiece, and that's something Nomura would do.
Yeah,
So if we're
sometimes
talking
I like
about stormtrooper alternates, I actually posted a shore trooper up there, and the shore trooper is possibly like one of my top 2 favorite trooper designs in all of Star Wars. It's up there, kind of by the, I think that's the 51st guy.
Oh, I do love. I
Like,
love
it
the.
just looks-
I'm glad you posted the
just
train
looks so
troopers as
good.
well.
This is basically just a group of a lot of, oh yeah, the elite Arctic troopers that, oh man, they look so good, and they have reasonable sized pouches.
I love the tank commander helmet from Rogue One.
Yeah, Rogue One just added so much good armor.
Dude, the
Yeah,
dark
Rogue One was
trooper,
pretty good.
the dark troopers in Rogue One, or whatever they actually call them, look really good too.
Those are the Death Troopers. Yeah, Death Troopers, Shore Troopers, they all look amazing.
And then,
I love Shore Troopers. I actually have a
if you
Shore
wouldn't
Trooper
mind
behind me.
a brief digression into Star Wars Battlefront and a bit of video game design logic. So I posted 3 separate clone troopers. And Miliardo, you've never played Battlefront, correct?
It's been a long time, but I have played it.
Oh, never mind then. Going to do a guess the role based off the looks in miniature.
It's pretty easy. They did a good job.
Exactly. It's a shooter, so you need to be able to take in information at very quick. And
I like that they tied the color to the weapon. As I'm assuming that, like, if you have a blue trooper, he's going to have that weapon.
Yep. Yeah, because it's a video game. It's about transmitting information, and color is a very easy way to do that. Like, when someone in all white shows up, it's a stormtrooper or a clone trooper, depending on which series you're watching.
All right, we got to make some room here. All right, let's see. All right, let's admire the shore trooper for a minute.
I love it. That's my favorite.
It is pretty cool.
Like, if I could wear an armor set, that is what I would choose to wear.
I like the I like the pants. I'm a big fan
Yeah,
of
it's got
puffy
nice
pants.
baggy pants.
If you haven't figured out by now.
I don't
There's
think
a
that
little
you
bit
can
of
beat the
flare.
classic stormtrooper clone looks, though.
I don't know. I just like how practical this armor set is. Also, like, it looks worn. Like, the wearing that they did on it just looks nice.
I will give props to the props department for that.
Also, that little ammo bag on his right hip, that's one of those German World War II MP40 mag bags.
Oh, nice.
It's kind of hard to see from this angle, but it actually just is straight up a German MP40 mag bag.
Kind of like how they use the what was it, the M40 Wehrmacht field cap for the Imperial officers in the original series.
Yeah, basically. That might even be what it's a reference to, because it just blends in so well. And then also reasonable sized pouches. You'll love to see
Was
it.
that the M40 field cap?
I don't remember. I was never much of a uniform person, funnily enough. I always preferred the equipment side.
Both one thing on the, and maybe it's made of light space age materials, but on the short trooper and the Imperial Army trooper, the one thing I'm like, the shin guards, I would drop those, but any
Yeah,
weight,
they're pretty thick.
any weight you can get off the legs.
I know, I like it.
I would say just
armor, nice.
You could hand wave that as space age, and it's meant to absorb and ablate energy impacts.
Also, it is plasteel, and plasteel is very light for how strong it is.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
That's
also,
the actual material.
You do need, if you remove that, you do need something to visually balance out the art. So you would need, if he had boots or spats, they would still need to be that color.
Yeah. As it stands, the color grading for this entire thing is great. And also, unlike most of the units, these guys have their ranks put right on there. The red guys are the captains, so this is just a standard trooper with his white. I think that mine is a captain.
I always liked the big epaulets on the sand troopers.
Oh yeah, they carried that over to the clones to be like the ARC trooper epaulet.
Yeah, I thought that was really
so they didn't use it more for the Empire.
Cool look. Actually, I think that's one.
Well, again, you have to remember that these choices don't exist in a vacuum, especially when you need to actually film the stuff as opposed to drawing it. So the costuming will be determined by budget and just being able to make it. And then CGI comes on and things take a turn for the more creative.
The other pictures I've found, but I think sand troopers are one of my favorite stormtrooper designs, just because you get a little bit more like real world gear thrown on there.
I love
the
the
epaulette,
backpack.
and then like just adding that little dry brushing of sands to the armor just makes it look really cool.
They get to make use of that internal cooling system all the armor has.
You can see they were using some, looks like Vietnam era web gear. Or, well, yeah, I guess the movie was made in 1977, so.
Quite possibly actual surplus Vietnam gear.
Usually it was.
Heck, they've even got the spirally antenna sticking out the back for the radios.
Got his like sleeping roll buckled on the top there. Yeah, you can see also like the gaps in the armor there to allow for movements. Also, like there's just so many neat details on this helmet that are just lacking over here on the eye trooper. Like I love this like chin, just the little chin details here.
Oh yeah, the little rebreathers built into it. The filtration.
Like that there, like the little gray like cheetah stripe underneath the eye and above the rim there. Like I don't know what those do, but it's just that, and I can't even say they like really contribute to the skull look nearly as much as like the eyes do, but it's just all these little details that give it
the band. The black band above the eye would absorb sunlight.
I'm talking about the little gray notch off of it here.
Oh.
Yeah, I think those are just to look cool.
It just looks cool.
Just add some color and variation in there with just a little bit of gray.
Yeah, it's not an actual functioning armor set, although there are some books that have done good post hoc justifications for it.
But, maybe these are where the antennas are for the internal comm systems.
Oh yeah, because they stripped that. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. You can actually see the antenna get smaller through the Phase 1, Phase 2, and then Stormtrooper. Where the Phase 1, it's that huge crest antenna, and then it becomes a much smaller crest that's kind of built into the armor. Yep. And then on the Stormtrooper, they actually get rid of the crest entirely. So the entire comm system is built into the helmet.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that like the armor is weaker there, so that the signal can make its way out. So they put it, not directly in front of the face, not totally on the side, but they're like, you know what, we can weaken the armor up here and right there. Or maybe that's a charging contact for charging up the helmet's internal battery.
It might be both. Because I think that is communication based. Because if you look at, well, obviously the Phase 1 doesn't have it because it's entirely built in that huge antenna. But then the Phase 2 has a mix where it has like a small version of that on the side, but then it also still has the crest for the antenna. And then they get rid of that by having a much larger one there on the side, but then no antenna. I think you're right about that.
Then we get over here, and Apple uses some proprietary radio technology to. They just airdrop orders to each other.
Oh man. What even is that thing on the side? Like, what's that little dot there on the right? Or I guess his left from his point of view.
It's like the hole in the
Like,
gas mask where you put
thing.
a canteen straw to suck water when you're under gas attack.
Yeah, I think it's like they didn't know why the rebreather was there. They just know that they have ports in their helmet.
There was dots on the helmets, so we have to put a dot on the helmet. It's like,
Yeah.
what even is a rebreather?
So it's like, all right,
Yep.
he can only breathe through one side of his mouth now instead of both.
Designed
No-
by
no
a
red-
committee that doesn't actually understand anything about the original costume or the real world. See, there's another panel discussion to be had with other stuff, but original pulps and original fantasy was written by people who actually had been there and done that. J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis were lieutenants at the Somme. A lot of the people who worked on Star Wars had been in the war. You still had people who actually knew how the real world worked.
There's an air of practicality to it.
Which is why you get, So funny thing is the Death Star trench run was based off of a World War II bomber film about I think it was called the Dam Bursters.
I've heard of this.
Yep, like the trench run is basically a shot-for-shot recreation of it, but the point is you actually had people who understood how that worked, and so even the costuming decisions, which were a lot of it was just, okay, make this look cool. It still works because you're drawing off of actual real-world equipment. And then by the time Disney works their magic, the people have been raised on Star Wars, and most of them have never done anything more strenuous than biking down to the local pub.
And you've also, I imagine, you now have better fabrication capabilities, so you can do a lot more prop work where you like
Turn a folding stock into a flashlight.
Yeah, because you're not actually having to kit bash as much stuff from real world equipment.
Yeah, and you don't actually know what a folding stock is or what the original submachine gun that thing was based off of.
It's just
So-
a weird angled grip.
Yep.
And you've never fired a submachine gun in your life, so you're like, and we'll put a scope on it because guns have scopes.
Big huge scope on it.
Yep. Halo actually had the same problem because when the Halo 3 weapons were being designed, they actually shipped the design team off to North Carolina where a special ops team ran them through firing a bunch of different weapons.
Nice.
So
Oh boy, I have a thing for you on that.
So one of the designers is actually on record as saying, yeah, they let us fire a submachine gun on full auto, but I didn't want to. I actually wanted to fire it in short controlled bursts, so I was stopping myself from pulling the trigger because it just felt more natural that way. And then the modern Halo guns are designed by people who are on the record as hating guns.
Hang on. I have a direct quote. Are you ready for this?
Is this the good Halo or the modern Halo?
This is the modern Halo guy. He's talking about, I honestly don't think I could work in a game that glorifies or fantasizes modern guns. I've had moments where I struggled with Halo, but the weapons world is pretty sci-fi, which creates a large enough separation from reality. It's a bit of a thing, but it's like,
Yeah, without
they talk about how they don't like the thing that Halo does.
Yeah,
right.
Without getting political, and looping this back to Star Wars, it's designed by people who were raised on Star Wars, so they're making Star Wars without actually understanding what makes it Star Wars. It's kind of like, I don't know, making Star Wars without having any idea what Buck Rogers is.
you're making copies of copies of copies at a certain point, and you lost touch with the primary sources.
Yep. So you're no longer making a pulp space opera under the name Star Wars. You are making a Star Wars film. You are making a Star Wars stormtrooper. You're making a Star Wars Airsats Darth Vader outfit.
That's the thing with music, isn't it? When you copy albums, like what am I saying? Like the vinyl enough times, right? Isn't it like
like
fidelity?
lossy
Yeah.
formats.
Yeah. There's some formats. This is actually true of digital formats as well. Some of them. It's a bit of an interesting
Anytime you're
field of
making
study.
copies of copies, eventually although this isn't even like making copies of copies. This is like AI making AI generated images. And then we're on the second or third generation of AI, which only has reference to the previous AI stuff.
Or like
Them training AI off of AI is a big issue.
Yeah.
or like a
So it's
cartoonist.
gradually getting.
Go ahead.
It's just gradually getting more and more twisted into itself and losing contact with what it was originally. But go ahead, Miliardo.
I was gonna say, this is like if you're a cartoonist that only learns to draw by studying other cartoonists and have never actually looked at the human body or anatomy, so you don't understand what it is that you're exaggerating.
Yeah. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, let me see if I can find an example here.
You
Just
really
like
see this sticking out in fantasy designs because no one has actually fought in plate armor for a very long time. So Game of Thrones had some very ludicrous designs.
I did like their no, I just said Harkonnen armor.
Yes, the famous House Harkonnen from Game of Thrones. Oh, that might have actually been interesting. Yeah, if they had the actual Harkonnens instead of the modern Dune Harkonnens.
There's an alternate universe, and where the Game of Thrones, the Dune movie was written by the Martin guy.
We're still waiting on part 2.
Yep.
Here we go. Some of you may be familiar with this artist.
Oh, hey, it's Flork.
I don't think I've seen this.
Rogue?
Yeah,
Who is this character? Is this the X-Man?
yeah.
The chick with a shock of white hair who drains
Yeah,
life.
I remember her. Sorry, she's usually green, from what I recall.
No, that's Miss Martian.
No,
I mean like Rogue wears green.
Yeah, the live action movies did her very poorly.
They did most of the X-Men poorly.
Like I'm thinking classic comics. She has like the green and yellow.
But anyway,
Yes.
even though this is still an anime cartoon on the left, right? Like Flork is capable of drawing like this if he wants to, even though he chooses to draw cartoony sock puppets.
Stylistic choice.
Yeah, but he's not drawing this way because this is all he understands because he's only ever studied cartoons. He has studied like how to draw real people. And so he can be deliberate in his choice of how to caricature them.
That is something I am struggling with myself. Have you tried drawing a hand?
Yes.
I've heard those are extremely difficult.
I'm gonna cry. This is why I just draw Kirby's, okay? It's much easier.
You mess up a hand. It's one of those things where it's like, because people are so used to knowing what it looks like, if you mess it up, it just turns into this nightmare instead of just looking like a bad hand.
You know, I'll tell you what, if I feel brave enough, I might show you my Kirby with a realistic human hand.
If I'm feeling brave enough.
If you're feeling brave enough, we might look at that.
Or you could just stick on the safe side and draw everyone in full plate armor with the plate mittens.
I like the plate mittens.
Why do you think that's why I gave all the dog crusaders the armored mittens. I didn't want to figure out how to compromise between a human hand and a paw.
How would a paw with a okay?
Exactly.
Nope, not going down that tangent. We are not going down that tangent, Pat.
You see why I put armor on them?
Yes.
All right. But I do need to wrap things up soon, so let's finish the stormtrooper discussion, and then we can save other topics for another time.
What more do we have to say, really?
Let's see. Let's see if we have any more guidelines that we've drawn out of this that we haven't already hit. Because I think the stormtroopers are a good example of a lot of these things, right? Like the helmet looks like a skull, but it is not just a skull helmet, which I think would be less interesting than something that looks like a skull, but it also looks like a gas mask. Or a Corinthian helmet over here, and then it gradually becomes more skull-like. These guys aren't super detailed, but what detail they have is more... It's not even ornamentation on these guys, but like it helps break up the shapes and avoid them from being totally flat.
It enhances.
Yeah, it adds a visual interest to areas that would otherwise not have it, like the venting on the side of the helmet here, versus being visual interest for its own sake.
Actually, we could also, to show just an example of a design being too busy as opposed to the eye trooper, the Nomura Stormtrooper.
Oh, sure.
Uh-oh.
Bring that guy in.
It's definitely not Batman level of bad, but it's not good. Again, there's just too much.
We're not looking at the next generic soldier baddie for Final Fantasy 17, are we?
Yeah, that's the thing. It looks...
That's exactly what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
What out of my
So
mouth?
bad.
Like, okay, just look at how massive the knee guards are, and again, that might be because it's a figurine, so...
I mean,
I miss the good old days of the Shinra troopers. Those guys were just stormtroopers in gray.
They've been making stormtrooper action figures for decades. That's not a limitation. Well, for one thing, this guy's supposed to be crawling around spaceship corridors. Like, you want your boarding troops to be slim.
I like how they turned the black dots on the stomach into like weird gemstone things.
Actually, forget
that's where the area goes.
Look at the size of those elbow guards.
So remember, they're going off of duty and onto the catwalk afterwards. So
on the catwalk.
No, seriously, look at the elbow guards, especially in the top right. Those things are huge.
It's just like the shoulder pads too. Like the stormtroopers actually has very subdued shoulder armor compared to like a lot of sci-fi.
Yeah, those look like World of Warcraft armor sets for the shoulder.
Pretty sure I've worn those in World of Warcraft.
And
force strength, force stamp, leather belt.
The helmet just has those lines. The chest plate has just little bits all over the place.
Well, he's changed up the eye shape too, so it's not really like as skull looking. It almost looks like an alien gray.
Yeah,
because he's slimmed it out. Yeah, just all the lines. Like big flat spaces are okay. They make it look the big like wide flat plates are the bread that allow you to enjoy the peanut butter and the jelly.
And then the eye trooper is like a bread sandwich.
Yeah.
That's just a bread.
Toast and beans.
Mayonnaise sandwich.
No, the English actually are known to eat bread sandwiches. Just a slice of bread in between two slices of bread. Which I assume was a holdover from rationing during the war that they never quite did away with.
Are they at least like a different type of bread in between the other two
Nope.
slices? You just grab
Exact
3
same slice
slices.
of bread.
Why not just eat?
with a bit of butter.
Oh well, buttered bread is awesome.
Again, I assume that this was a holdover from the war when they didn't have enough to make an actual sandwich, so they like to pretend that they were having a sandwich.
Also, the Nomura Stormtrooper's blaster takes 3 different calibers of laser, apparently.
Yeah, that thing. There's so many attachments on that.
Yeah. Also from someone who I assume has no idea how actual firearms work.
I bet he has a flashlight on his gun, and it didn't even take giving up the stock.
His gun
Yeah,
is made of
It's-
flashlights.
It's funny
actually.
because this guy actually does have a proper weapon light, even if there's no good way to actuate. Well, we'll just pretend.
Oh yeah,
the
he
ac-
actually has a flashlight.
we'll just pretend the
attached to-
buttons, the wiring's internal. But
No,
Yeah.
no. If hear me out. If the Imperial Army Trooper is holding on by the magazine while on the side, all he has to do is flick his index finger up to push the button on the bottom of the flashlight.
oh, that's
true.
true. Yeah. All right. So
That's
this
actually just fine.
this may have actually been designed by someone that's held a weapon before.
Has seen a gun. Because it also looks like he has a laser attachment on the other side too.
It could be his PEC 16 or whatever the Star Wars version is. His IR aiming device.
Also, he doesn't have a giant sniper rifle scope on the top of his gun.
I wonder if it
despite having a
interlinks
longer barrel
into
and a
the
stock.
visor in some way.
I think he just has iron
Also,
sights.
see, that's the weird thing. The droids, that big old scope on the top of them was actually an optic that fed into them.
Makes sense.
So you would think that
So
that would be
droids.
more widespread throughout Star Wars, but it oddly enough doesn't.
Well, you've got like super battle droids where it's just they are the weapon. It's
Well,
like
yeah,
built into them.
You get
Let's
lost
be
in
real.
droids.
Droids and robots could be another stream entirely. So let's wrap up with the stormtroopers.
Let's watch out for those wrists.
Will be-
I'm here to keep us on track.
That will
Dude,
be
I could
another
do an
stream.
entire stream on just the AAT alone.
Okay,
It's
yes.
the greatest vehicle ever made.
All that and more on tonight's car show. But first,
Don't even get me started on
it's not-
Zaku's and Scope Dogs.
the
Can we
mechs
make
is
it-
another thing entirely. Let's just finish up with the stormtroopers.
Can we make a Top Gear parody as an opening to a stream?
We should.
Good.
We got to script it a little bit. Can I? Can I be?
Squirrel.
Once again, hang on. Save it for the
That'd be
post
them.
chat. Let's
Okay.
finish the stormtroopers. Finish the stream.
All right.
I want to be Hammond though.
Oh, but Hammond's my favorite.
Well, we can have 2 Hammonds.
That
You
is
know what?
true.
You know
Why
what?
did I just-
Actually,
Well, the whole point is to torment the Clarkson, and that's Martel here.
Yeah, Martel is definitely Clarkson.
I am the
Miliardo is
designated
May.
grouchy old man.
Or, yeah.
you know what?
Miliardo, James May.
I'm gonna say like the weird dots on the abdomen. That's actually like the one part of this design that I think looks kind of cool.
It's the materia slots. Squirrel had it
Yeah.
right.
He's gonna
Yeah.
slot like heal, and then one's like his multi-materia, and then of course one's for what's the accuracy material? I forget, but that's
no,
the one
never
that's
played it.
missing, and so he can't hit anything.
That here at least, there's like some cables and stuff coming off where I'm like, I can buy that this is like some functional piece of equipment. Whereas,
I mean, those
yeah,
buttons probably do something.
The belt. Okay, so the belt was going well because those are
Hey, those are
clearly
pouches.
pouches that will hold things. And then I noticed that you've got another dangly armor bit hanging off the belt with pouches on top of that. And why?
No. I mean,
What's that even
Pouches
there
on
for?
top of
there
pouches,
is
so
some
that way
dangly
other
here,
pouches-
but that might just be another pouch or actually, is that where the grappling hook goes? And that dangly bit's like the extra spool of like where the extra cabling goes.
Oh yeah,
I
that's,
think
that's
so.
probably right because it has to be bigger than the rest of the pouches. It's special.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that's it.
so they've
I mean,
got
for reference, we'd have to take the frame of Luke doing the swing with it.
True.
I suppose that's
just
been a
roll with
field.
that. Yeah, let's just roll with that's where the grappling spool would go, which
I'll buy it.
makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so design principles.
Which
Use
okay, wait,
detail
hang on.
to
Sorry,
support-
we can use this to complain about the eye trooper again though. If that is
Oh.
if that's indeed the purpose, then look here. That is not attached to anything. So there's no way you've got a hook in
magic.
that tablet and a spool in the other one.
Oh, it's just Velcro. It's Velcro.
Oh,
just-
the most
budget
standard
cuts.
material.
Budget cuts.
I just think squares are neat.
Well, Square
Squares.
thinks squares are neat.
Squares
and,
are my
you know.
passion.
Yeah. So
Man.
use details to enhance rather than be the entire design.
And those, you expose the knee pads. Those things actually make me sad. That's tragic.
Ugh.
It's just, man,
Wait, the eye trooper or the Nomura trooper?
the eye trooper. Like what?
Yeah,
I just
those.
hate it. The more I look at it, the sadder I get.
They're also just too small to really be proper knee pads.
Yeah,
And even the
on,
greaves themselves, the greaves have no texturing. They're just completely smooth. Both of the other ones, they at least have like crest along it. Just kinda get a
Ridge
bit of
for
a ridge.
strength.
Yeah, a ridge. Yeah, for strength. As should be on a breastplate as well.
look when they
it's
do
like
this,
It is on everything except the eye trooper.
when they do this stuff
Yeah,
in
see-
real life. See, that's
That looks fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah,
like, that looks downright practical. They should have honestly just done that instead.
That's like a Helldiver pair of pants right there.
yes, but what do
It
you
is.
think the odds are that anybody on the Disney Star Wars design committee ever saw one day in the uniform of an actual real-world military?
I'd be amazed if they actually wore proper pants at any point in their lives. Like, get them
Exactly.
a pair of jeans. Probably never seen anything like that.
See, once again, people who have no real-world experience making stories written by people who, well, based off of stories written by people with actual real-world experience.
we got something worse than the flashlight.
Oh boy.
What
Bring it
could
on,
be
baby.
worse than
Bring it
than
on.
the stock turn flashlight built into the entire gun?
When you
What
put a
could
stock on the
possibly be
gun.
worse?
When you put a stock on the gun with the folding stock.
Oh my gosh! That is the stock! And you can clearly see the entire bottom of the frame is the stock too. But that's like an M16 clip-on stock.
It probably is.
What? I'm pretty sure I had that on my airsoft gun at one point. Like that exact stock. It has a button in the back.
Also-
Sometimes you need twice as much recoil control.
Also, why? Okay, so we've
I like to
established
brace
that
it
they
against
are,
both
in fact,
shoulders.
putting stocks on rifles. So why does the general get a stock and the privates don't?
Well, because she is important, and they only had the budget for one non-integrated stock.
They didn't have the budget for an integrated stock either. Apparently, it's
true.
all taken up by flashlights.
The stock is in fact a frame and is an oddly angled grip. I just love the fact that it's now a grip, but it's also angled like 22 degrees.
No, that's an actual grip. I'll give them that. Like the weird angled foregrip on the rifle is. I don't understand it. I don't know
That
why you
far-
wouldn't just
that
use a
far
standard
forward?
broomstick, but it is a grip.
That's disgusting. No.
I've tried the angled grip. I have an angled grip on one of my rifles that well, I liked it back in the day. Now that I've learned how to shoot better and have now just use a C-clamp grip so I can use the peck, then now I don't even bother with like the broomstick or anything like that. But
Oh, you're one of those disgusting C-clampers.
hey, you got to put
I'm going to echo
the
the
peck has to
sentiment.
go. The peck has to go on top of the rail, and I don't want to mess around with the cable. So that means my hand has to be down there so I can actuate the peck with my thumb.
I'm going to echo the sentiment. I ditched the angled grip and for that little one that's just like the finger catch. I guess that's the C clamp, right? Or C grip.
Honestly, I think angled grips were only ever popular because they were in PUBG, so people decided to give it a
Oh,
try.
they predate that. They were in COD. But I get what you mean. I tried the vertical. I tried the angled. I think the one that just catches your finger is the way to go. So I can pull back into the shoulder, and I'm able to have my. I don't know if you guys do the thing where you bring your thumb over the top or up to the side. Which one do you
what
do?
you're
You go like.
describing.
I go thumb
But-
on top now, but
I'm at like a 45-degree thumb. Like it's at like the top left.
because
is
that
where I'm
way,
at.
when you shoot on a barricade, you then want to be able to put your fingers over the front of the barricade, but keep your thumb on top.
That can make sense.
Again, not to get sidetracked.
Yeah, Martel, this is what we do. We get sidetracked on the
realize
stream.
This stream is a sidetrack, I think.
I realized that
is-
Miliardo said, I need to wrap this up about
then
30 minutes
he's,
ago.
He's the
so
one with
no,
the
it's
pause.
it's all
he's
right.
The one with the off button.
Yeah, it's his stream.
The wife came upstairs, and we're not on as tight a schedule as I thought. So
Oh, okay. Sidetrack away.
It's up to you when to finish.
I told her we were in the
will
mid.
keep talking about silliness.
I told her we were in the Midwestern goodbye phase of the stream.
Oh,
So we speak the same language. All right.
We'll wrap this up sometime on the 5th.
I am picking up what you were putting down.
Oh my gosh, sorry. So it's funny actually. So I actually, until I looked at it closer now, I did actually like Captain Phasma's armor because I think the fully chromed out Stormtrooper armor looks awesome. But now the more I'm looking at it, now the more other stuff I didn't notice on the iTrooper is now like becoming more apparent. Like, and okay, you could argue based off futuristic armor designs, maybe this makes sense, but like, they don't even have a belt anymore. Those pouches are built directly onto the chest piece.
Oh my
So
gosh,
we
you're
call
right.
those magnets.
Wow.
The Stormtroopers are now refrigerators in the future.
Also, I just
why
realized.
does she have a bigger codpiece?
Well,
Let's not get into that. Oh, here's a better question. Why are the knee guards articulated? Or not knee guards, shin guards. Why are the shin guards articulated?
I don't.
There's a big gap between
Those
them.
are articulated shin guards.
Well, I guess
Are they?
she's wearing shin guards that then go into her armored boots.
That's so weird. And
Maybe it allows no.
she
Wait.
actually she has like greaves compared to just like the shoes that guy has.
Yeah. Well, she also gets armored fingers, unlike the line troopers.
Oh yeah, she gets way more armor. Interesting. Like, I can't believe that I didn't realize there wasn't actually a belt. Those are just sellotaped onto there. It's crazy.
Well, you know what? Okay, I think here's part of why I liked her design. So her helmet, it actually has enough, is actually different from the line trooper's helmet in a way that makes it look less like it's trying and failing to be a stormtrooper helmet and more like it's trying to be its own thing. So like she doesn't have
just use that for all of them.
Yeah, so like she doesn't have the port that makes no sense on this design now. And the like angle is a lot sharper. So this looks more like it's trying to imitate like an older style of helmet than it is trying to be like a simplified stormtrooper helmet.
I should like to point out at this moment that this is basically a Helldiver we have on the left. Like the cape is there. I can't argue.
If you look in the Discord, I got another Captain Phasma. This is actually her Battlefront 2 version, so it's very detailed. Still has that flashlight.
Very shiny.
Chrome. Although I will note that it looks like this version actually has a belt.
Yeah, it looks slightly different than the movie version. There's definitely something there.
Like the game
Maybe the
designer's
Battlefront
like, hang
designers
on.
actually fixed it.
Well, there's no bang energy can, so there's that.
What? Oh.
Also,
do you think that the Empire has energy drinks?
It's a potential. It's a potential attachment.
So the tactical bang.
It's like it's for refueling. So this is just super stims, right? What's that Hellpod thing you can do that makes the stims make you go super fast?
Oh, experimental infusion, the best.
Yeah, that's experimental infusion. You just have bang. It's bang energy.
On a real world note, if Bang doesn't have a flavor called Flash, they are missing out.
It's just Ponds of chocolates, but the fantasy version.
Give me a flashbang.
Yep. Okay, so something else about the iTrooper and Chrome Dome. That thing on the right thigh. It looks like it's sort of supposed to be a drop holster, but
yeah.
What?
So it definitely is, because Phasma does have a cut scene where she actually uses a pistol that is stored there to kill a bunch of stormtroopers. And also, yeah, you can see it's clearly the really stupid first order pistol, which looks like trash.
Okay, so it's a magnetized drop holster. That's
Yes, it is a magnetized drop holster.
dumb.
The first order just uses a lot of magnets, as you can see by their lack of belts.
Also, okay, one, the blaster is using magnetic fields to contain and propel the plasma, so why would you clamp it to something magnetic?
Because magnets never hurt any electronics.
They work.
Now I'm just picturing some first order eye trooper on a planet somewhere having to navigate, and all he has is a compass. So he's just standing there trying to take a bearing, and the compass is just spinning wildly.
Mistakes were made.
Maybe we shouldn't have magnetized literally every part of our armor.
Well, then the enemy can just make a giant electromagnet and suck all the stormtroopers, and they like clamp to the magnet.
Oh yeah,
And-
yeah. Is this armor made out of ceramic composite or metal?
I think it's
whatever
just the
that
glass
is.
steel, but it has just a special reflective coating, which, fun fact, does actually reflect blaster shots. So you would think they would use it more, but they don't.
Well, much like stocks, they only have the budget for one.
Well,
so
yeah.
they gave it to the single most useless. Nope, we're not talking about the movies.
Nope, no lore, damn it. We're
No
talking
lore.
about practicality, and this stuff
I'm
does in
breaking
fact
my own rule.
reflect blaster bolts.
Not
Just-
even deepest lore.
Another
So I just like saying
picture
that
with
phrase.
some lighting. Well, and here you can see the action figure designer was also basically like, hang on a minute,
They also gave her a belt.
because they're like, it has to make sense. No one would just have some squares bolted onto the front of their cod piece.
People
Also, I
coming
like
in
how
after
she
the
actually
fact
has-
trying to
She
rationalize
actually
it.
she has texture between her joints, while the eye trooper just has smooth nothingness.
Yeah, yeah, like
Also, the gas mask drinking port, the emergency induction port on the left
she
side
doesn't
of the
have
eye
that
trooper.
port.
Why does Phasma not have the emergency induction port?
so. I think
If
that
anyone needs a drink, it's probably going to be her.
I think that makes the helmet look better. This looks
It
like
looks so much better.
yeah, this is like we don't understand why that port's there. We just need a port. This
It still
actually
sucks.
looks like
Well, I think they literally didn't know what the rebreathers were or what they were for. They were just dots in their eyes, and
they've
they were
also-
like, well, we have to put a dot somewhere.
No, I will say that actually Phasma's helmet looks even worse than the eye trooper because that's just the final removal of all character and individuality. The port's gone, the gills are gone.
I
It has
think
grooves on the top of her helmet, though. I think it looks better.
I think it looks better because at this point I think it stopped trying to imitate a stormtrooper helmet.
It just
And-
kind of is its own thing at that point. Like, you look at that, you could easily say that's not a stormtrooper helmet.
Okay, fine. If
If that
I
showed
saw
up in the
that-
prequels as a bounty hunter, like that
If
could
I
just be
saw
its own
that-
character.
in any other generic sci-fi universe, and that not the armor but the helmet shows up, yeah, that's okay. But they're trying to make that into a stormtrooper helmet, which makes it worse.
At least it doesn't have the stupid port.
Fair.
and I think it looks
I
good.
maintain I maintain that's the drinking straw port, though.
Break out your
Does just
canteens,
look stupid.
boys. And I think it does look cool.
Unmagnetize your canteens,
shiny.
boys. It's time to drink.
Cheers.
Who put powdered iron in my water again?
Real funny, guys.
Oh, I love the new lore that everything they use is actually just based around magnets.
I mean, they were designed by Apple.
What
Yeah.
if that really giant scope is also just magnetized onto it? Like, there's no Picatinny rail or anything. They just strap it on with a magnet.
But-
So it could go anywhere.
I had the same thought.
Why doesn't this thing hold 0?
Did anybody even cite this properly? No.
I'm
Especially
actually,
because you know that it's an electronic site too, so there's just some kind of like
Phasma's-
stupid computer inside it.
Phasma's buttstock is also attached by magnets.
Okay, guys. So do you want to see something disgusting as well? This is
Oh,
this
no.
is the first.
What definition of disgusting are we using at this point?
Yeah, what kind of
more
disgusting?
amazing
Like we've gone
than
from
the
Nomura's
design.
belts to
Oh no,
who
this
knows
is
what.
more first order weaponry. That little pistol that you can only see the front of. Behold, the biggest, dumbest sight you'll ever see.
What
This is the actual pistol. This is the
Sorry.
first order pistol.
What the bloody
What?
ever living?
I don't
What
know if we can
is
show
that?
this on YouTube.
No, that's basically that's
What
not safe
is-
for work.
The worst part is this is actually the Battlefront 2 high-res rip. So this is the best version of this pistol that you can ever find. And
Wait,
it looks like this.
That
This is
looks
the real
like
thing.
the front sight post of an M16 with
It is. That is the
a-
gas block.
And they put it on a
Well,
pistol.
okay, it's not the gas
What
block.
is
It is
going
the
on?
front side post.
with a dial to zero it, and oh wow, this is
I
Once
told
again.
you guys it was disgusting.
you can tell. Wait, there's a charging handle in the stock.
Also, here's another angle.
Look at the
Here's-
stock. There's a miniature charging handle in there.
Behold, they added the stock to the flashlight.
So I just get the vibe that this is the face the designers were making when they came up with this.
Also, what the
Leviosa.
exposed screws of the two halves
Yeah,
of the
literally
plastic Nerf
screws.
camshell.
Yeah,
So,
Martel.
do you like they saw Picatinny rails on like modern guns and were like, oh, cool, random dot things. Like, well, put those bars on the side, having no idea what a rail is or what it's for.
yeah.
It's for shooting harder, of course.
Oh my
This
god.
whole thing is just
I hate
again.
it.
You can tell when weapons were designed by people who have never actually used any weapon a day in their lives.
Miliarder, would you do us in the chat a favor and just take that latest image and just put him like tapping the end of the gun with his wand?
Leviosa.
It's Leviosa. Okay, hang on. Well, wait for it. Wait for it.
Ronald
Just,
Weasley.
I think that would really cap off this whole stream.
Oh
Make
my gosh,
this,
that is the
make
worst.
this the thumbnail
So,
for
wait,
the mod.
do you see the little charging handle there on the side? Like, is that to rack it? I don't even know what that little lever is for back there.
Why? Yeah. Why?
Just make him real small. Put him right at the tip of the gun.
Okay. Why do you have? Why do you have a rifle? One, a rifle charging handle. Two, in the stock of a pistol. Three,
Hang on, say
for
that-
a blaster, which doesn't have an action to cycle in the first place.
also, you said stock for a pistol. Let's not forget they put that on there too.
What
They're
Yeah.
like, wait, did they see a pistol in slide lockback and be like, oh yeah, it looks that way when it
They
shoots?
probably
I think
did.
that's it. Yeah, because no, that would make sense because look at how the exposed barrel is pointing out of the front.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my gosh.
But the
Oh,
whole thing,
no.
the slide doesn't move. Oh,
They
no.
saw-
Oh.
They saw a photo of a
Why?
pistol locked back. Yeah, and look at the black stuff where the sight is mounted. That's
Yep.
where the open space would be in a locked back pistol.
Make it stop. He's already dead.
Oh, this was supposed to be about stormtroopers, not
Holy-
the worst weapons you've ever just seen.
No, like Photoshop bullpup gun can possibly look as bad as
No,
this.
this is legitimate props they made for a movie and are in video games in this exact form.
This is a quote unquote pistol made based off of a slide locked back pistol.
Dude.
Yeah, because that would explain the barrel pointing out of the front. And wow. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, it does.
I do think it's kind of funny that so the second gun I posted that's actually Phasma's gun. It's the only one that has any weathering on it. All of the other ones are perfectly just flat white, like with no texturing. So only Phasma actually bothered to get like a slightly more interesting looking gun and a stock somehow. The only stock in the entire military.
I hate what you've done with the pants, Miliardo. I see what you've done.
It's I looked at the stream for a few seconds. This is truly a magical experience. This is the content you can't get anywhere else, viewers, and future viewers.
Oh,
Like you will
this
never
is
see anything like this.
I love this entire screen tells a story. We have design guidelines up here with like really thought-provoking stuff. And we have like cool pictures of clones through all the eras.
What's
Also,
about throwing magic?
I realize that rule 1 is be evocative, not imitative, but we did not mean this.
I love the exposed screws too. Like,
Leviosa.
They saw
the screws
There should
really
be a
just
rule
cut.
about how things need to at least be somewhat practical.
They shouldn't look
maybe
like
that's
the
not the right
Nerf
word, but
version of itself in its own movie.
Oh, also they still have a fake mag ejection on it too, or a blaster pistol.
I
Oh, right there.
Maybe the charging bit does actually fit in the hilt. So,
But that's not how Star Wars guns work. There's not a single one like that. They all have an external mag or something to make it look cooler. They've never put a mag inside the actual handle.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
which
so
you can see the bottom of the mag butt plate here too.
yeah, you can see the mag sticking out. So we've established that
This
the
might just
people
be
who
the worst
designed this
gun
gun, the people who designed this gun, know nothing about real world or Star Wars guns, which is impressive for people designing a Star Wars gun based off of that. Actually, that looks like an M9 with a slide lock back
Yeah.
with Picatinny rails attached and screws.
Oh gosh,
Fake Picatinny rails. Those are just the.
I
those are
moved
just
it, and I saw
rectangles.
I was reminded once again that we have a front sight post with no rear sights,
Oh yes, the front sight post of an M16, by the way.
with the dial from.
Well, remember, if
Do
you
you
turn the
want-
dial up, the gun shoots harder.
So do you want to know one of the worst things about this pistol?
And this is Star Wars. That might actually work. But yes,
So in
what's
Battlefront
worse than what
2
we've already seen?
Well, in Battlefront 2, they have every era of pistol, and they all do different things. This is the most generally used pistol because it's just the best. So you'll see everybody using this one on the officer class, and it makes my heart break every time.
Wow.
That's why I knew about how awful this thing was, because I would always see it because everybody used it because it was the best gun. Yeah, no, that's a sad time. Yeah, that's first order weaponry. It's
At least
the worst.
at least the flash suppressor's in the right place.
What if that was the stock?
Yeah, mounted to the front of the star chamber.
Oh man, it's
What if the
Or-
magazine fed into the blaster shot shooter?
I will once again point out this is a blaster. It doesn't need a flash suppressor. It doesn't need a.
To be fair, yeah, but to be
doesn't
fair,
need a charging
Han
ammo.
Solo's blaster had a flash suppressor on it.
Sure, but that looked
it
cool.
looks cool. Yes.
Here, hang on, just for a bit of contrast. Here's the classic Clone Trooper blaster pistol. A very blocky pistol.
Yeah, not terrible.
Looks much more Star Warsy.
Like this
I'm
guy.
surprised at the texturing on the grip though. That's a little surprising. I think the droid. Hang on, droid. Oh yeah, the droid blaster pistol is awesome.
But
Yeah, so this is
that
what
was in an era where they were probably being
This was-
designed by people who actually knew what they were on about.
Well, this is back when the droids just got real guns ramshackled around a bit. Droids.
And you know what? Han Solo's blaster did have a massive scope on it, but it looks really cool. So I'm going to forgive it.
Yeah, well, it was his special.
Yes, but it was a
custom-
scope. It wasn't an elevated M16 front sight post.
I was talking about the first order blaster having a scope on it.
Oh.
Yeah, so here's Han's blaster. Yeah, this thing is just iconic.
Well, again, it's
I
not
don't know why it has such a massive scope, but it just kind of
because he's Han Solo. That's why.
It is a Mauser.
Like,
What's really
let's
funny
be
is the scope is mounted on the right side, but he's right-handed, so you think it'd be on the left, but whatever.
Han Solo's
Like-
character is absolutely the kind of guy who would take a surplus Mauser, steal a Jeep after World War II, and then mount a giant optic on it.
Fair enough.
But no, the problem with the First Order thing isn't that it has a scope. It's that it has a scope and no stock.
Actually, that's true,
Massive
because the
scope.
Mauser, there were Mausers that had a stock that you could attach.
Oh yeah, that's actually, you're absolutely right. I remember that. Hang on a second.
What did is that? Because I want to say that looks almost
Yeah.
like a Mosin optic on it, but
Yep. Han Solo,
go.
in
This
the
was an
World War
actual
II
attachment.
context, would be the kind of guy who. What was the name of. Actually, Kelly's Heroes, right? That's
Yeah.
the heist movie.
yeah,
Yeah, he was a Kelly type character. Han Solo would have been the kind of guy who looted everything that wasn't nailed down on the march to Berlin, and then went back and cruised on Route 66 in a Corvette or a Mustang with his Mauser, which he looted. In the Star Wars context, he's a smuggler with a Mauser and a scope.
Mauser was popular with smugglers. I think the Chinese had a variant of it as well. But yeah, you can stock a Mauser.
Yeah. So having an optic on the gun is fine. It's an optic on the gun when the folding stock has been replaced by a flashlight.
Also, from a prop making perspective, it does help distinguish it from the Mauser, which has a very distinct profile.
And that's another good point. You don't want to make it too obvious that you're just using surplus World War II guns for the
Here we
props.
go. Rule number 1. It feels like a Mauser, but you don't look at it and immediately go, "Oh, that's a Mauser." They're just cheating.
That's Mauser.
Also, the way the scope is attached provides some wonderful little greebles here.
Oh, I just realized
Yep.
on this one they have here, it's missing the front heatsink greeble.
This guy?
Yeah. Yeah, there's normally a,
Oh, yeah.
if you look in the Discord, there's a heatsink on the front of the, where the mag would normally be on the real Mauser.
Oh yeah.
That one's
This-
missing it for some reason.
This
That's a
might
nice little agreeable.
be actually
I,
this might be
I know
the
that
prop
because that-
from Solo, which would then indicate that
Oh.
the heatsink is a later addition he made,
yeah,
possibly
I just
after
remember this
running the
'cause
gun too hot.
Adam Savage actually made an entire video about this specific heatsink greeble because it took him years to find it. Because it was from some really specific kit from like that 1 year. Because that's what they did. They just took model kits and then strapped stuff to them.
Oh, it's not just PVC threading.
No, they actually. So Adam Savage has made so many awesome videos about this, where they basically go to set model shops, buy just a ton of sets, and then take apart all the cool little pieces, and then use them for the starships, for the guns, and just all manner of stuff. Also on the armor, so like the stormtroopers, they get little greebles for their details. It's really, really cool, and that's why Star Wars has such an iconic look, because it's
There's
just
a lot
really
of-
unique. Nobody else thought to do that.
Well, and at the time, like, there wouldn't have been many, if any, sci-fi kits, so you're also getting a lot of real-world historical designs, aka
That too.
stuff that was actually engineered and built, incorporated into your design. I know there's like there's like hobby groups dedicated to building X-Wing models the way that the prop makers did. So they don't just go out and buy X-Wing model kits, ready to build. They go out and find all the historical kits they used to build the X-Wings.
And nowadays we have CGI instead, alas.
Oh, here's a good guideline we can add based off this also is if your design looks so like rule of cool will not always save the day, but if your design like looks good by and large, then people will forgive minor things. Right? Like nobody complains about the fact that there is a mag release on Han Solo's blaster.
Something like you can bend the rules but not break them.
Yeah, and vice versa, right? Right, like I never even noticed that there's the Mauser mag release is still there on Han Solo's blaster until today.
Yeah, it's really
Whereas
subtle.
if you make a crappy design, every single detail is now up for grabs, and will get
Off
picked
cough.
apart.
Yeah. No, there was actually some Warhammer 40k design that got laughed at. Because they had so it was they had a bolter design with a stock with a thin, so flared out butt plate and then a thin connecting bit to the rest of the bolter, one of those things. And then they put a bullpup mag in the stock.
Wait. There's a bullpup bolt gun?
Only with a stock attached to the bolter with a upward curving thin segment that you couldn't possibly bolt shell through.
I have so many questions.
Are you actually looking at it?
I think I am. It's a combi plasma.
Maybe. I only saw the picture, so I don't actually know. But oh yeah, that's the thing. Yep.
What the fuck? I mean, excuse me. Pardon my French.
Gosh, that's disgusting.
Yep. Yep, that's the one.
So that's causing me psychic damage.
Also, clearly designed by someone who knows nothing at all about how actual guns work.
Classic.
If you move that barrel down and thicken that up, you can salvage it, but
I hope the plasma gun overheats and explodes.
I'm just holding down.
Whoever's holding it deserves it. Actually, I hope 1,000 of these overheat inside the manufacturer's house.
I don't know. I mean, do you think he can build a plasma gun that works if he can't build a bolt gun that works?
Now, here's the question. Is the bullpup bolter plasma worse than the locked back M16 blaster pistol?
The blaster pistol's worse.
blaster
They're literally
pistol's worse.
exposed screws on in the Star Wars universe. That's unacceptable.
Fair.
If someone's like shoulder firing this thing, and you can't, because like really, I mean, apart from having a cursed bullpup bolt gun, a real like thing that makes this not work is this cutaway.
Exactly.
You fill in the cutaway, or you cover it with the dude's arm, and you don't notice. You know, this was designed by someone who doesn't understand bullpups. This was designed by someone that doesn't understand firearms, period.
It really is disgusting.
The sign
It's just cursed.
based off of locked.
I've seen AI
pistol.
make better guns than this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've seen some bad AI guns. Let's put it that way.
actually,
I just can't unsee
Look, we
that.
have to realize people actually made these. These are props that exist in the real world and were used in a movie.
Here we go. Here's
also-
the.
That's actually an interesting point because that means that at no point during the making or filming of these props did anybody say this looks stupid.
All right,
What is
here's
this, Pacific Ocean from Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker?
AI
this-
generated minute.
generated Mina Vanilla, but meant to be
Oh,
in the
it's
Metal
Mina,
Gear
okay.
Metal Gear style. All right,
So it's Mina Pacifica. Okay.
I mean, aside from the dual trigger guard, it doesn't look too bad, I guess.
It's to protect the trigger guard, of course.
It is definitely an AI-generated gun.
Yes. Is it worse than this?
Oh, the Star Wars one is much worse.
The Star Wars one is way worse. Just the fact that it exists in the real world makes it worse.
I'm not going to comment upon the fact that she has 6 fingers.
See again? Hands.
Yeah, that's why she needs 2 trigger guards for 2 triggers for twice as much blasted.
It's like a Lamont.
I'm amazed it gave her only 1 belly
bottom
button.
trigger is for
good
the,
job, AI. You did good.
Shell.
One belly button, 2 eyes. We're doing good here.
Now I'm just picturing the designers and the props department all congratulating each other on how good their new Star Wars blaster pistol looks.
We have so many Picatinny rails that don't even have the hooky bits. They are just the rectangles.
We can just thank Ron for his input here. He's really added to the stream.
Oh, no, my most powerful spell of all.
Gun!
I cast 357
The greatest
Magnum.
magic of all.
Have any of you ever watched the movie Wizards?
Oh.
This is a certified Harry Dresden moment.
Here it
Yeah,
is.
just like the Phase 2 clone trooper.
Good
just
guy
like
had a Luger.
died.
Here's the Harry Dresden anime we've all wanted.
Harry Dresden, the
He's got a
Netflix
blaster
exclusive
pistol.
produced by Disney.
Found the
Except for
finest
some reason-
batch of graduates from CalArts.
But I just find it funny that they have the mag release on that gun, even though that's a whole custom-made prop. Like with the Mauser, there was no excuse because they actually used a real Mauser as the base. So they couldn't just like not have it. But that one, they made every part of this custom, and they were just like, "Yep, all the previous ones had these because they were made after real guns." And this one's like, "Yeah, no, obviously it needs that. And we need a little bit of this and a little bit of those.
It's the
A little bit
screws
of
that
everything."
the screws really get
The
me.
screws.
The screws are...
so
Why?
What's funny is Lucas actually has a line, something along the lines of "There's no Velcro and there's no screws in Star Wars, only bolts." If you look at all the other guns, you look at them, they don't have screws on them, they have bolts holding them in place.
Whereas I can look at this
Those are
and know,
screws.
I know exactly where I need to go in my local Home Depot to get those screws.
Oh
Those
wait,
exact screws.
they're all different screw heads too, aren't they? So you need like
Those are hex screws, then those are...
there's a star screw, there's a deck screw there. So you need 4 different screwdrivers to do weapons maintenance.
Man, the First Order really did deserve
This is
to
a gun
lose.
designed by the procurement department.
This is
gotta
just
get those
purely
screw kickbacks.
German engineering.
Oh, and you know that those screws at the top holding up the sight are also different screws.
Of course.
They're going to be like the little
They're probably
tiny
just like-
hexes.
They're probably like flatheads or something really dumb to have on a gun.
They're the triangle screws from the GBA cartridges.
Oh,
my
good-
god.
Good
Oh.
Lord, don't remind me.
Thank you
Don't
for
Don't
reminding
remind
me.
me.
I
Have
just
you
wish
ever
that
replaced
there
the
was-
battery on a Pokemon cartridge?
Haven't bothered. Kyogre
No.
got his ribbon, and that's
So-
good enough for me.
There are 2 observations. There are 2 conclusions that can be drawn from stuff like this abomination.
High
One-
quality Disney props, you must understand. I agree, Chan. I agree.
Oh, that's
Only
me, by the way.
offense.
Yeah, that
Oh, that's you.
squirrel
Well, I
fan
agree
is
with you,
Jan.
Squirrel.
One, you can tell when something was designed by committee, like in the case of the eye trooper. And 2, you can tell when a prop which is meant to be functional was designed by someone who has absolutely no experience with the thing they're trying to imitate.
I'm
in
just
this
glad
case,
I
a
finally
gun.
got to show somebody my hatred for the First Order weapons. Nobody has ever gotten to view these in such detail as I have. Because nobody
Oh, trust me,
cares.
we share your hatred.
Like, this has been haunting me ever since I first saw it ages ago. I was like, wait a minute, did they turn the stock into a flashlight?
Well,
And
funnily
yes.
enough,
Yes, they did.
we have these conversations all the time. We just decided to stream it this time. Because it...
And hey, we went the entire stream without talking about the lore. Good for us.
Yep.
Do you want to see a real weapon? This is a weapon for patriots.
Oh yeah, that's a real weapon.
This is a real weapon.
Helldivers.
This is the kind of weapon that real men shoot.
Now, I will say, the Helldivers weapons make sense. Pretty sure that
We need a bit of a palate cleanser here. So
I'm pretty sure that most of Arrowhead has actually had some sort of military experience. So
Now this is the ultimate weapon.
it's the sickle. I just knew it was going to be the sickle.
yep.
I was all actually. There was like a 20% chance it was just going to be the mortar, but
I considered it, but since you posted a gun, I had to post a gun. It would have been a mortar in any other world.
You know, again, it's kind of a Brotherhood of Steel / Fallout laser rifle, which
Oh yeah, the Fallout laser rifle is one of my favorite weapons of all time.
Yeah.
It's iconic.
So I actually really like
this
this detail on the sickle of the
of a foil.
foil. Yeah.
There you go, Sawyer.
You know what I mean.
May it haunt you.
I'd see that stratagem on the mission selection slot, and I'm just like, oh.
I just wish
This
it
is going
weren't.
to be rough.
I just wish it weren't yellow.
So
Yeah.
here, fun fact: it used to be black. They changed it. Hang on, I have a picture of the original sickle.
black might have been, black on black on black.
I would do ye old space age white, since you're already evoking that imagery with the gold foil here.
Maybe have yellow highlights because it is an energy weapon. But yeah,
Where did I have that picture?
this is a futuristic space age laser weapon that actually works as a design.
Oh, I have
It
found
makes
it. Okay,
sense.
so this was the original sickle before they changed it to be yellow and they put a scope on it. There's actually very slight differences in it.
It looks like something at a portal.
This looks pretty cool, actually.
I really like it.
I like
personally.
this. I actually like this one more.
Yeah, I do too. And so in the Polar Patriot, not Polar Patriots, the Cutting Edge, that's what this Warbond was. In the Cutting Edge Warbond, he's actually holding this sickle in the picture, not the yellow one.
That's funny.
So it was changed like right at release for some reason.
Huh.
Oh,
Also, you will note, functional Picatinny rails.
Yes, that's where they put the scope.
Exactly.
Crazy.
yeah, that looks pretty good.
Seriously, if you're going
There's
to
not a
design
flashlight
gun,
inside the scope section. Just
if you're going to
Honestly, I
design a
wish
gun,
there
you should
was a
be forced
flashlight
to
in that
shoot
front
a gun.
Oh, laser gun.
Better yet, you should be forced to disassemble, clean, and reassemble the gun in question both before and after firing.
cool. What a cool laser gun here. It's got warning symbols on it.
So I really like the District 9 weapons because it's a really good way of how you can do colorful weapons that still look like they belong in like a utilitarian sci-fi setting.
Yeah.
You're adding color, but you're evoking like safety color imagery / you still have this like off-white color here. So like if you didn't want to do the all black sickle, I wish they would do something more like this with the sickle.
I wish we had weapon customization.
Someday.
Another thing entirely.
Man.
So, any final conclusions for design guidelines?
All right, so here's what we drew out of the stream so far. The evocative, not imitative. Ornamentation is better than visual noise. Maybe I should just write it that way.
Should move the flamethrower out of the way.
I just realized I posted blue eyes with her.
All right. Ornamentation is better than visual noise. Your details should be in support of your design. Your design should be in support of the purpose of what you are designing. Use color and texture variation because they're low Low attention. Okay. It's a low attention way to add visual interest to your work. Most importantly, understand what it is you're designing, because otherwise you will not be able to follow rules 3 and 4 if you don't understand what it is you're building. That's probably the most important rule. Understand what you were
In
designing.
other words, understand the whole. How do guns work, basically?
Yeah, all right. I understand I'm building a gun. I need to understand how they work. I can evoke historical comparisons, but I don't want to just straight up copy something. So then what naturally follows from that is the detail should be in support of the design. The design should be in support of, or no, sorry, I flip-flopped that. Understand what you're designing. Designs should support the purpose. The detail should support the design. So it's like your first three here. Know what you're building. Build something that makes sense for that. Use details
Know
that
why you're
support
building it.
Know why
Yeah.
you're building it. And then details support that design. And then when it comes to doing details, here's where you start getting into being evocative versus imitative, using ornamentation versus visual noise, and using color and texture variations. Shoot, we didn't really get into fashion as much with the stormtroopers, but like one of the reasons the puffy pants work on new Boba Fett is that, and I'll probably bring this up in some Arknight stuff too, is that you can alternate areas of tight fitting and loose clothing, which tight fitting clothing can also encompass smooth armor or no clothing at all, and loose clothing can also encompass mofu tails,
There you go.
large amounts of hair, scarves, etc.
We can definitely try to apply these in some of the future streams and see how much it fits. You know.
Yeah, I'll leave this up here because now we can also start rating Arknights. We'll make the stream even longer by seeing if
Well,
the
you know
Arknights follow
that
these
once we
rules.
get through this sort of like introductory, you do the guessing game thing. You know what's next, right? You know how the YouTube metagame works. Do you know what's next?
Your lists.
Playing the game.
Tier list. Hey. So yes, it's gonna.
Oh, sweet.
I'm looking forward to that as well. Don't worry, chat and future VOD viewers. We've got plenty of content yet to come. More than you even want to see.
Yay.
Yay! No one cheered. It's like I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep now. It's like when you call it a strategy when it cancels itself, or it falls on you and kills you. It's one of the two.
Ron's rules for design.
What's about Ron Magic? This could be the other stream mascot. You'll put Scotty in the corner, lean on a sword, and then this guy in the other one.
Ron Magic. All right.
Leviosa.
For the
Leviosa. Sorry.
for the 12 of you that have stuck with us on the chat throughout this whole thing, thank you.
I'm sorry
What
for
a
rotting
dog
your
would
brain. Actually, I'm not sorry.
Thank you for
You'll be
being
back.
here.
You'll be back. I know it.
We hope you found this entertaining and educational, and we'll definitely do some more of this in between the Arknight stuff, so that we can really nerd out about mechs and droids.
Yeah, next episode is we're back to the anime girls. I promise it's not just more wolf girls. As much as I want to, we'll branch out a bit. For Miliardo's sake, he's been overdosing.
It's too much.
We're
Too
gonna
much of
tone
a
down the
good
Mofu just slightly to maybe like 60% of prior Mofu levels.
I think we've established that if you want to appeal to Miliardo, include horse girls.
We got some of them too, so it's
Those are good,
Uh,
good alternative.
there's definitely options. Was what I'm saying. I don't know when to expect. We were thinking maybe this weekend. It's not set in stone, so just keep an eye on the YouTube recommendations for whenever the next one might pop up.
Yeah, I'll try and get the waiting room built sooner than this one was.
We'll finalize the time like tomorrow or something, I suppose.
Well then, thank you all for coming. Thank you for everybody that's watching the VOD later. This has been Miliardo and my co-hosts.
The Clown Crew.
Martel.
Kuroris.
I'm just a squirrel.
I'm not going to tangent again, but I love that you can tell that it's Flametail just because of that little armor piece on the ear there. This is
It's
good
so
character
horrid, isn't it?
design. No,
It's so horrid.
This is great character design right here.
It truly is. So that I suppose that is our finale.
Have a good Independence Day, everybody.
Later.
By the fireworks.
Happy 4th.